The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Super Night, the Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championships. Super Night is presented by the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center and sponsored by Dublin Valley Farms and the North American Standardbred Sale. Now let's go trackside to MGM Northfield Park for the Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championships. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to the MGM Northfield Park for the Scarlet Championships tonight. Frank Froz along with Ashley Daly as we get set for $2.4 million to be dished out tonight in 8 $300,000 championships. And Ashley, this is the night everybody shoots for and hopes they are here when the year ends.
You're exactly right. The night of all nights, we have reached it. Finally, it's been such a long season. So first and foremost, congratulations to anybody, just connections in general, that have made it to this night. It is for sure hard work through in and out.
Not only are the Sire Stakes Championships at stake, we have 3 horses going for the Triple Crown tonight.
The elusive Ohio Triple Crown. We did not have any last year, but a handful a year before. It is a very tough feat.
And they have to win the Ohio State Fair, the Breeders' Championship, and then they have to win Super Night, and that gets them the Triple Crown. Plus, a little something very unusual. All of our 4 2-year-old champions from last year have a chance to repeat.
You are exactly right, and actually 3 of the 4 are front runners going into the night.
The odd one out is Daisy Star. The other 3, Sugar Instead, Tennessee Tom, and Clever Cody. Well, when we come back, we will get set to kick off the evening with our first race of the evening, the 2-year-old filly trotters, when we return to MGM Northfield Park. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms. Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. Frank Froz along with Ashley Daly. Matt Clark working the camera behind the scenes for us tonight. And we have 8 great races for you tonight. We have 4 trotting championships and 4 pacing championships. We're going to kick it off with the 2-year-old filly trotters. Then we will have the 2-year-old filly pacers. Then it'll be the 2-year-old colt trotters, followed by the 2-year-old colt pacers. And then we'll have 2 races in the middle. We've got an open, and we also have the Pace for the Cure, which will have nothing but female drivers, which is always exciting. We see it so often on the fairs with the Springhaven Ladies Driving Series, so it'll be fun to watch the ladies take the track again. And then we'll head to the 3-year-olds, and we'll go with the 3-year-old filly trotters first. They'll be followed by the 3-year-old filly pacers. Then it'll be the colt trotters, and then we'll wrap it up tonight with the colt pacers. But our first race tonight will be the 2-year-old filly trotters. And for those of you who don't know, the way it works is throughout the year we race 5 legs. You receive 51 points if you win, 26 points for second, and it goes down the line. Every starter gets a point. At the end of the year, after the 5 legs, the points are totaled up. And then you enter into the Scarlet and Gray Championships. They take the top 8 point getters that enter for the Scarlet Championships, and then the next 8 point getters for the Gray Championships, which will be held tomorrow here at MGM Northfield Park. So to give you an example, here in the 2-year-old filly trot, we have the number 5 point getter and the number 6 point getter, Chrome Trim and Pretty Little Penny, did not enter. So that gave the opportunity for Aunt Lily, who was 9th, to get in. And then you had the situation of the 2 horses that were tied for 10th, Freedom Hill and Move Over Boys. And Freedom Hill was the one of the 2 that were tied that drew in. So in this race, we have the 9 and one of the 10 point getters who were in. And just to give you an example, number 12, Rose Runs Destiny, did not enter, so she would not be in the qualifier. And they're going to go all the way down to the 24th and 25th point getter for the Great Championship tomorrow. But, we take a look at this field. This is the 2-year-old filly trot. Last year, Sugar Instead, who will go for the Triple Crown this year, was the winner. In fact, she set the Ohio Sire Stakes records last year, going 155. But you take a look at this field, 3 entries for Ron Burke, 2 for the stable.ca.
Right. And something to keep in mind, Frank, is even if, for example, Mocha Hill is our leading point earner, that doesn't mean she has to win tonight.
No, correct. And there's a draw. And the one thing that you take a look at is where they end up drawing. And Mocha Hill, the number 1 point getter, drew the 6 hole.
Exactly.
So that's going to be a bit of a challenge. And Freedom Hill, who is the tied for 10th, drew the rail. So that's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out tonight.
And Northfield has hosted a handful of the legs. Our legs do switch between Dayton Raceway, of course, here at Northfield, and Scioto Downs. So these horses should be familiar, but it's a different ball game. We are on a half-mile track, and then put on top of that, we have quite a few of our Grand Circuit drivers joining us here. So who knows what kind of wild card we may pull.
You've got names like Yannick Gingras, Dexter Dunn, David Miller, who won the first race here, is in. So, when you start getting drivers like that, changes the ball game a little bit.
We have such a great driving colony truly here in Ohio, but it is just a different game. Those boys out east can just really make maybe not the best horse look great.
The other thing too we talked about, and we're seeing a little bit of, a number of these horses are going to be on Lasix for the first time or back on Lasix. Some of them race down in Kentucky where they do not allow racing on Lasix, so they have to, if they race down there, they have to be off for a certain amount of time, and then they come back and they get back on Lasix. And to give you an example, in this race, Aunt Lily will be racing for the first time ever on Lasix, and Freedom Hill also will be on Lasix for the first time. So we'll have to see what effect that might have.
Exactly. And we don't talk a whole lot about wagering and handicapping, but that is an own theory in itself, because Lasix, does it help improve a horse, especially when it comes to finishing out that mile?
Now in this race, we have 2 homebreds. The homebreds in this race are Sienna Sunrise, the number 4, and the number 5, Aunt Laura. So those are the 2 homebred. The rest of the 6 were purchased at auction. They averaged $51,000 for the 6 that were purchased at auction.
And with that, truly, Frank, of course, that's a lot of money that I don't necessarily have in my bank account.
Not here either.
But if we look through what these horses, 2-year-olds, have just earned this season alone, that's a great return on investment.
Well, 4 of them have already earned over $100,000. And, that used to be a mark to hit for earnings for a horse. Now you have 2-year-olds doing it in their first year, even before they get to the $300,000 Scarlet Championships, which the winner of these races is going to add $150,000 to their bankroll. So, just to give you an example, you take a look at Mocha Hill, has earned $184,000. If Mocha Hill wins this, all of a sudden $330,000 this horse will have made in its first year.
In just 9 starts.
In just 9 starts.
Keep that in mind. Actually, Matt, we were having the conversation just a handful of days ago. Not that long ago, less than a decade, our legs, this year we're going around 65, depending on how many divisions it's split into. They used to go for 20.
Right. So a great place here for for the racing. Now, tonight we're doing a little something special. The horses tonight, when they come out for the post parade, which we're getting ready for. So let's go to the post parade right now, and you'll see the horses wearing some very nice blankets.
first of 8 Scarlet Championship fields taking its way to the track. Want to give a special congratulations to all the horsemen that are here with us that have horses racing in the Scarlet Championships. Here for $300,000. Number 1 is Freedom Hill, owned by the Stable Group in Hutchinson Harness. She was bred by John Schlaubeck of Ohio. She's trained by Jason McGinnis. Dexter Dunn will pilot. The 2 is Rose Run Allison, bred by the Rose Run Farm of Ohio. She's owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Beastie. Trained by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. calls the shots. Number 3, Aunt Lily, bred by Samuel Stotzfuss Jr. of Pennsylvania, is a 3-time winner this season, owned by the Stable Group in Hutchinson Harness, trained by Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald in the sulky, and she is first-time Lasix tonight. Number 4, Sienna Sunrise, a homebred for Jim Bellasack and Robert Carson, in co-ownership with Michael Lee and Dr. Jill Dental, trained by Michael Lee, Hunter Myers between the wheels. Richard and Joyce McClellan bred the 5 Aunt Laura. Joyce McClellan, the owner, Virgil Morgan Jr., the trainer, Brett Miller has the lines. A 6-time winner this season, already over $180,000 in earnings. The 6 Mocha Hill, bred by Franklin Equine of Ohio, is owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services. Ron Burke, the conditioner. Chris Page pushes the buttons. Number 7 is Dream Something, bred by Beaver and Carter of Florida, and McLaughlin of Ohio, is owned by Julianne and Dale Sweet, and Miles Wollum. Miles Wollum trains. Tyler Smith drives. She is on a 2-race win streak. And to round out the field, the 8 Brink Street, a 3rd one from trainer Ron Burke for the Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services. She was bred by Jonas Schlaubeck of Ohio. She'll be driven tonight by Yannick Gingras.
So there is the field for the 2-year-old filly trot Scarlet Championship. Let's tell you a little bit more about these 8 fillies. The number 1 is Freedom Hill. Dexter Dunn will drive for Jason McGinnis. Freedom Hill came in as the number 10 point getter, tied for that spot, owned by the Stable Group and Hutchison Harness of North Ridgeville. 9 starts this year, has hit the board in 6. 2 wins, 3 seconds, a third, earnings over $51,000. Was a winner 3 back here at Northfield in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Leaving from the second post position, we have Rose Run Allison. Ronnie Wren Jr. will be in the bike for Ron Burke. This is a 2-year-old filly by Long Tom, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Beastie. She has hit the board 7 of 8 tries this season, has notched over $156,000. She was a winner at the Ohio State Fair at Scioto Downs and won 55-1.
The number 3 is Aunt Lily. This is the second entry for the Stable Group and Hutchison Harness. Anthony McDonald will have the lines. Jason McGinnis does the training. Has hit the board in 7 of 9, 3 wins, 4 third-place finishes. Has earned $118,065. This was a $65,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. Was also a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series here at Northfield Park back on September 3rd, winning by 4 2/3 lengths. Has a mark of 157-2. Took that at Scioto Downs.
Hunter Myers will drive our 4 Sienna Sunrise for Michael Lee. This is our homebred, a chestnut filly by Enterprise. She's had 2 wins and 3 second-place finishes in 9 seasonal starts. She's made about $43,000. Most recently, it looks like she's had some road trouble, but did drop down into the Buckeye Stallion Series as and was a winner right here at Northfield and won 58-3.
The number 5 is Aunt Laura. Brett Miller drives for Virgil Morgan. This is an Uncle Peter out of the SJ Photos mare Tori Ann. Joyce McClellan owns. She is also the breeder along with her husband Dick McClellan. 8 starts this year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, earnings of over $79,000. Was a winner 2 back in the Ohio Breeders' Championship, won by 3/4 of a length, took a mark of 158 at Delaware.
And our point leader, Mocha Hill, will lead from our 6th post position. Chris Page in the bike for Ron Burke. This filly by What the Hill is owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Hatfield Stables, and Knox Services. She has never missed a check. She has won 6 of 8 this season, has only missed has missed the board one time where she was 3rd place 5th because of some breaks in the OBC. However, coming right off of a win in the Sire Stakes at Dayton in 1:57-2.
The number 7 is Dream Something. Tyler Smith will drive for Miles Woolham. This is an Uncle Peter out of the Glidemaster mare Traveling Dream. Julie Sweet of Akron, Miles Woolham of Vienna, and Dale Sweet of Akron are the owners. 5 wins in 8 starts. Also has a 2nd place finish, $150,000 in earnings. Coming off a win in the Sire Stakes at Dayton on September 28th. Has won 3 of the last 4 and does have a win under her belt here at Northfield. That came back in the Sire Stakes back on July 24th.
Rounding out the field, our 8 horse is Bring Streak, another one for Ron Burke. Yannick in the bike. Most recently had a 3rd place finish at Dayton Raceway in that 5th leg of the Sire Stake in 1:58-3. She's had 2 wins and 3 3rd place finishes in 8 seasonal starts, has made about $60,000 and took a mark at the Meadows in 1:58-4 earlier this season.
Brink Street was a winner here at Northfield back on July 14th. So as Ashley pointed out earlier, we're on a half-mile track, but these horses are familiar with it. They've won here in the past, so it really shouldn't be too much of a difference coming from the 5/8 to the half-mile for many of these horses.
Well, we will see, right? See. Time will tell, and especially, I'm not sure how much it plays a factor, but we do have a lot of guys. Ronnie Wren Jr., Hunter Myers, for example, are here. Well, Anthony McDonald as well are here right. all the time. Do you think that plays a factor? They know the ins and outs of this specific track.
I think it gives them a little bit of a home track advantage. But like you said, the other ones, guys like Chris Page, they drive here an awful lot. They're coming back and forth. Tyler Smith is based in the southern circuit, so he gets up, but you get guys like Aaron Merriman though that drive everywhere. Aaron does not have a drive in this first race, but they're driving in a lot of different places.
And I do want to bring up Dream Something. She's had a little bit of a tough draw, leaving from the 7th post position, but she has really come on one in the later part of the season. I remember her very first Sire Stake win. She was a huge upsetter. I believe it was right here at Northfield Park. She went off, 16 or 17-1, and has just been a force ever since.
Well, and you talk about that 7 post position. All the horses in the Sire Stakes Championships are on the gate. We do not have any trailers. She started from the 9 hole at Scioto Downs back on August 17th and came home a winner out of the 9th hole. And, some people, the dreaded 8-9 hole, sometimes you see that in the draw and just, your hopes are dashed, but that horse has shown that she can win from there.
And let's not forget, these are still babies. These are the top of the top, of course, the cream of the crop. But what if we have a miscue, right? You never know. That's part of a horse race. That's why we enter.
And we got 2-year-old filly trotters. And as we say all year, you never know what will happen with the filly trotters. So the starting gate has started to move, and we'll pick up the horses here at MGM Northfield Park. We are in Cleveland, Ohio, where everybody except one person here is celebrating the Indians' victory. That one person is Matt Clark.
Let's not talk about that. I did enjoy the extra baseball this year, though, and now from here on out, go Guardians, I guess. I'm not that sore of a loser.
So as we are getting ready, the starting gate making its way up the backstretch, the field will start to form, and we will send it up to Kenny Livingood for the call of the Scarlet Championship for 2-year-old filly trotters.
$300,000 on the line. Current favorite right now is the 6 Mocha Hill. She is 3-5 on the board. Trotters in behind the gate. Here they come. They're off and trotting. Aunt Laura gets the first call. Freedom Hill toward the inside with Aunt Lily, part of the early mix. Mocha Hill heads forward off the gate for Paige, but she stacked up 2 or 3 wide in the opening turn. Rose Run Allison trots next down at the pylons. They're followed by Sienna Sunrays, who got away only in front of 2. Their Dream Something and Brink Street is the trailer, as Aunt Laura at 15-1, upset-minded across the backstretch with the advantage, leads it by a length and a half. Aunt Lily trying to tighten right down from the pocket for A-Mac, trotting better than Freedom Hill, who's third, and they're off the opening quarter in 28-1. So the freshmen roll onto the far turn for the first time. Rose Run Allison tracks next in fourth. They're followed by Sienna Sunrise. The favorite is Mocha Hill, and she's sliding back off the rail here for Paige, but she's already 8 lengths behind. Dream Something will pick up her cover, and Brink Street down at the inside is the trailer. So they've completed 3/8 and worked their way to the halfway point. Aunt Laura shows the way. She's on top here from Aunt Lily. 1-2 down to the halfway point. Rose Run Allison was flushed off the rail, and she's first up, which gives cover to Mocha Hill. So the favorite at 2-5 gets a nice second over toe. Freedom Hill is in at the cones. Dream Something stacked up with excess cover. Brink Street tries to vacate the rail. Sienna Sunrise is getting shuffled. 4 in, 4 out. Just 7 lengths separate the freshman trotters as they work onto the back stretch. And Aunt Laura still calls the shots up front. Aunt Lily's had a nice trip down at the inside. Mocha Hill is still second over behind Rose Run Allison. She's got to pick up her feet. 4 lengths behind as they head past the 3/4 mark in 1:26-3. On their way home, and they got to track down Aunt Laura, who's still there by 2. Aunt Lily at the inside. Mocha Hill's fanning 3 wide off Rose Run Allison's back. She's still got 4 lengths to pick up. Freedom Hill trots next at the cone. She's saved every inch of ground. There's 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Aunt Laura tries to finish it up. She's got 2 to play with. Aunt Lily looks for the passing lane. Mocha Hill down the center, trying to get to Aunt Laura, who's still finding. Aunt Laura is a wire-to-wire winner at 15-1 for Brett Miller. Mocha Hill's up for second. Aunt Lily's third, 156-1.
Brett Miller takes Aunt Laura to the lead and never looks back. Timed the gate perfectly, got off first and controlled the fractions and comes home a winner for Joyce McClellan. Virgil Morgan, the trainer, picks up another Sire Stakes victory.
15-1. What did we say? We might see some wild cards tonight. What a start to the evening, these 2-year-old filly trot.
They had upsets galore yesterday in the Indiana Championships, and we started off right here in Ohio with an upset winner. The 2-5 favorite, Mocha Hill, I think got up for second, and Aunt Lily was third. And a great shot of
got a fist pump from
from
Brett.
Brett
That's cool.
Miller.
You don't see that a lot. That's awesome.
Very tough trip for Mocha Hill. We know that filly doesn't need to prove herself a whole lot. The race did not fall in her favor.
Well, and this is what we talked about a little bit in the opener, is that this race goes a long way to determining divisional winners.
Yes.
And some people, feel if you win this, you should be that person. Other people look in this, and here you're going to have Mocha Hill, who's hit the board in 8 of 9, 6 wins, but doesn't win the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. So we'll have to see. But win for Brett Miller and Virgil Morgan Jr.
Looks like we are 5, 6.
Let's go back up to Kenny. Did not see what the final time is. We'll join Kenny.
I believe 156-1.
A second off of the Sire Stakes record set by Sugar Instead last year.
Looks like there is an inquiry
5-6-3-1 is unofficial, and the judges are posting the inquiry sign against the unofficial third place finisher, the 3 Aunt Lily. Possible interference in the stretch. Meanwhile, coming back here to the winner's circle, the trophy presentation by Brad Wallace of Hickory Lane, comes number 5, Aunt Laura, owned by Joyce McClellan, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Brett Miller, the winning driver. 2-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter under the SJ's photo mare Tori Ann was bred by the owners, Joyce McClellan and Richard McClellan of Ohio. Third lifetime win, and it's a lifetime best 156-1 to take the Scarlet Championship for 2-year-old trotting fillies.
So there you see Virgil Morgan Jr. and Brett Miller heading into the winner's circle with Aunt Laura, the Uncle Peter, out of the SJ Photos mare Tori Ann. 3 wins now in 9 starts, owned by Joyce McClellan of Zanesville. Bred by Joyce and Dick McClellan as well. So they will be getting a very nice, like, glass wine bucket that will be engraved with the sire stakes, the horse's name, the time, and the division. And we will be having some Winner's Circle interviews tonight between, we have Jessica Otten, Jenna Otten, and Michael Carter all working the Winner's Circle tonight. So I'm not sure who's going to be doing most of the interviews, but we are going to pick up the interviews from the MGM feed, and we thank them for that. There goes Brett Miller back to the Winner's Circle, still waiting on that inquiry against the number 3.
Let's head down to the Winner's Circle. Jenna Otten standing by with winning trainer Virgil Morgan Jr.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Here with trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. Virgil, just take us through the trip there. Kind of hot opening quarter, but you got the second quarter breather you're probably looking for.
Yeah, I've liked her all along since we broke her. She was just immature, but she always had talent. And when she got through the first turn, I felt really good. Again, she's shown sparks of this, but she put it all together tonight, which is the right night to do it.
This is a homebred for the connections there. Talk us a little bit about how long you and Joyce have been together. He owns this one, was a breeder on this one, and I see he's bringing in more homebreds each and every year.
Yeah, Joyce and Dick McClellan, I can't say enough about them. They do a great job at their farm raising these things, and they bring them to me. There's pedigree there. Their brood mares are excellent, and it shows when they race. It's just a pleasure to train for them.
Let's talk about a few horses you have coming up. Right in the next race, you send out 2 horses. Number 2, Odds on Hialeah. They're both coming into the race on a 2-race win streak. What can you tell us about their weeks?
They had a really good week. I'll leave it at that, and we'll let them speak for themselves.
You send out Extra Suds in the 2-year-old colt post 4 to work with. You got to be happy with the draw there.
Yeah, I wish he could get involved a little bit early and get into flow there. He's not a bad colt at all, given the chance.
Sugar instead is riding an 11-race win streak coming into championship night. An excellent year. How was her week coming into the night?
I think it's 12, to be exact, 12 in a row. But anyway, she had a good week. She did. She drew good, so we'll see how things shake out. But she had a good week as well.
And finally, in the 3-year-old filly pace, you send out Wasted on You. She was a newer acquisition to your barn towards the beginning of the season. Really started off hot. Has picked up a few checks recently. Just post 7 to work with tonight.
Tons of talent. She's just sometimes her worst enemy. If she keeps her composure and minds her manners, she's got a world of talent. If she puts it all together.
Virgil, thank you, and congratulations with your win in the Scarlet Championship with Aunt Laura. Best of luck the rest of the night.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So there you go, Virgil Morgan. It looks like they're going to keep Aunt Lily up in 3rd, or that's still unofficial. Freedom Hill finished 4th, and we'll have to wait for the rest of the rundown. But as of right now, it has now gone official, so no violation, and Aunt Lily will stay in that 3rd spot.
Virgil Morgan Jr. in true trainer fashion will let the horses speak for themselves. If that is not, this industry is so superstitious.
Really?
Would have never guessed. Would have never guessed, right?
So we'll wait to get the official rundown from.
I think
he's doing it right now.
40 cents and the early double, $291.
We are located in the clubhouse, and the audio of the clubhouse not that great to hear when we get the rundown.
They're off and trotting.
Oh, that's the replay, so they were just going to show the replay again. But so the first one is in the books. Aunt Laura is your winner. Mocha Hill finishes second, Aunt Lily third, and Freedom Hill finishes fourth. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it will be our second championship of the night. This one will be the 2-year-old filly pace, and we will have 8 going to the gate when we return to MGM Northfield Park right after this.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. Frank Froz along with Ashley Daly, Matt Clark along with us as we are here for Super Night, the Night of Champions, the $300,000 Scarlet Champions to wrap up the stake season in Ohio. And, a good first one. Brett Miller shows get to the lead, early speed, and you can hang on here at MGM Northfield Park. Track is fast. They had talked about some rain coming into the area. That was one of the reasons they moved the baseball game that was supposed to take place tonight to be played earlier today, and it looked like there was some rain maybe moving through the area later tonight, but I think it's going to hold off, and we should have a nice night of racing.
You better knock on wood now that you brought it up.
Well, I'm here, so it's going to rain somewhere at some point. It rained all the way up from Columbus, so we'll say that was the rain I brought to the place. So,
and that's exactly, I drove through quite a bit of a downpour kind of sporadically throughout my trip up here, and I was like, well, it's because Frank. I'm going to be on air with Frank tonight.
There you go. So Virgil Morgan will have 2 more coming up in this next race. He'll have 2 entries. Ron Burke will have 2, and Todd Luther will also have 2 entries. So we'll have a couple of dual entries that we'll see how the stablemate can handle things.
It looks like we have our top 9 point gatherers, I should say. So our only one who did not enter was our sixth position, Witching Blue Chip,
which did race at Delaware on September 15th. Ryan Miller, the trainer, but did not enter here, so that gave the opportunity to Skywalker C. Able to get into this race. And that's what we get a lot of calls at the office. Should I enter? Should I not enter? Enter, because you never know what's going to happen. And here's a chance that a horse is now going to have a chance to race, for $150,000 if they can figure a way to win. And Seawalker C, one of the long shots at 15-1, though, did draw the 3 hole, so that you got to like the draw, and not that ends up being way out on the rail.
This is a group of very nice fillies, of course, or they would not be here, but specifically Odds on Halia. Another Virgil Morgan will try to hopefully go back-to-back, but wow. Outside of that, we have Odds on Chesapeake, who just came off of a win. Prolific Fire, we've seen great things from, and of course, the word is out, but she did draw the 8th post position. Back
last year, it was Daisy Star that won the Sire Stakes here as a 2-year-old. Will have a chance to do it again as a 3-year-old. Sea Silk back in 2021 here at Northfield Park was a winner in a stakes record 151-2 and set a world record that night. And you take a look at Odds on Chesapeake, has a mark of 151-4, so has been around right around there. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do on this half-mile track.
I'm glad you brought up the lifetime mark. We've got Odds on Chesapeake, 151-4. Odds on Halia.
Number 2, Odds on Hialeah.
Oh, so here they go.
Yep. Ride Stables and Odds on Racing, bred in Florida by Odds on Noir, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Dexter Dunn in the sulky on a 2-race win streak. Walking to the track next, a 2-year-old daughter of Down by the Seaside was bred by the Black Magic Racing of Ohio. She's owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther, and Austin Hanner's Will Pilot. Number 4 is Odds On Chesapeake, bred by Odds On Noir of Florida, owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. David Miller, the Buckeye, in tow. Bred by the Rose Run Farm of Ohio, number 5, Rose Run Ashley, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Phil Colora. Trained by Ron Burke, Yannick Gingras pilots. Number 6, Prolific Fire, bred by the Springhaven Farm of Ohio, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther. Aaron Merriman in the sulky. She took the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware. Number 7 is Section Line Flame, bred by Harold Bowder of Ohio. She's owned by Hagerman Racing and Charles Reeve, trained by Herman Hagerman. Dan Noble gives the cues. And rounding out the field, the 8, The Word Is Out, bred by Schaefer and Sons of Pennsylvania. This is the next generation winner. She's owned by Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Beastie, and RAS Racing. Trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page at the lines.
So there is the field for the 2-year-old filly pace. Let's take a look at this field in depth. The number 1 is Queen of Fear. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Edward Miller. Queen of Fear is by Fear the Dragon out of the Yankee Cruisermere Knockout Queen, owned by Ashley Dunn, who is also the breeder, along with Edward Miller. They are the owners and breeders. Queen of Fear was 5th in the point standings. 8 starts this year, a win. That came back at Scioto Downs in 52-3. Also has 3 seconds and a third. Last time out in the Sire Stakes leg at Dayton, finished 4th.
Odds On Hialeah will be driven by Dexter Dunn for Virgil Morgan Jr. She's a 2-year-old filly by Lather Up, owned by Let It Ride Stables and Odds On Racing, both of Florida. She has won 6 of 7 starts this year. She's really proven that she can race from just about anywhere. However, most recently, she did time a mile at Delaware in the 2-year-old standardbred in 151-4, final quarter 27-3. Let's talk about a filly that can close. She's made $174,000.
The number 3 is Skywalker C, gets in as the number 9 point getter. Austin Hanners has the lines for Todd Luther. This is a Down by the Seaside out of Pet Walker by Pet Rock. Greg Luther Racing owns and also bred this filly. 9 starts, 3 wins, a second and a third, earnings of $120,000. Was a winner 2 back at Delaware in 152-4.
David Miller will drive our 4-horse Odds On Chesapeake. Virgil Morgan Jr. for Odds On Racing, a filly by Down by the Seaside. She has had 4 wins and 1 second-place finish in 9 seasonal starts. Another one coming right off of a win and a new lifetime mark in 151-4. That came at Dayton in the last leg of the Sire Stakes.
The number 5 is Rose Run Ashley. Ron Burke trains, Yannick Gingras will drive. This is one of the very few horses in the Sire Stakes Championship that does not have a win. has started 8 times, 1 second, 5 thirds, earnings over $53,000. Last time out, 7th at Dayton in the Ohio Sire Stakes. Chris Page has driven before, but it'll be Yannick Gingras in the bike tonight.
Aaron Merriman will drive our 6-horse Prolific Fire for Todd Luther, owned by Greg Luther Racing here in Ohio. This is a filly by Catch the Fire. She has had 8 seasonal starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds to notch over $134,000. Her last win came back at Delaware in the Ohio Breeders' Championship and won 53-3.
The number 7 is Section Line Flame. Dan Noble drives for Herman Hagerman. This is a Catch the Fire out of the Major in Art Mare. Section Line Aqua, Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, and Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio are the owners. 8 starts, a win and a second. Was 8th in the point standings. The one win this year came back in August at Scioto Downs, going in 157.
Rounding out the field, the word is out. Chris Page for Ron Burke. This filly, a well-said filly, owned by Burke Racing Stable Knox Services, Beastie, and RAS Racing of Powell, Ohio. She is a nice one, has hit the board 7 of 8 times, has made over $254,000. There back in August and early September, she did have a 3-win streak. Will say, though, she times a mile. Second place finish, however, in the last leg of the Sire Stake at Dayton Raceway in 151-4. This is a filly that likes to race off the front, so we'll see how tonight treats her.
Well, odds on Hialeah, the word is out. The top 2 point getters, those are the 2 that everybody's going to be looking at. Odds on Hialeah, 7 of 7 this year. The word is out, 7 of 8. Odds on Hialeah has won 4 of the last 5. Word is out was on that 3-race winning streak, so both of these horses are raring to go. But the one thing I got to say, when you get Virgil Morgan and then you add Dexter Dunn and David Miller, not fair. Not fair.
You might be on to something with that
Starting card is starting to roll right now, but those are the 2 to watch. The stakes record, 151-2, set by Sea Silk back in 2021. So from the rail out again, Queen of Fear, Ronnie Wren Jr., Odds on Hialeah and Dexter Dunn, Skywalker C, Austin Hanners, Odds on Chesapeake, David Miller, Rose Run Ashley, Yannick Gingras, Prolific Fire, Aaron Merriman, Section Line Flame, Dan Noble, and the word is out, Chris Page, as we get set to go with the second of our $300,000 Scarlet Championships from MGM Northfield Park. Want to thank everybody for joining us here tonight. As we get set to go, let's send it up to Kenny Livingood.
Wings open for the third. Two-year-old pacing fillies at the head of the stretch. Scarlet Championship on gate. They're off, and a pacing Prolific Fire hustled out of there. Queen of Fear toward the inside. Odds on Hialeah and Odds on Chesapeake were away in okay shape. They're 3rd and 4th early on. Then it's Skywalker C, who got away racing in the 5th spot. The word is out from post 8, was able to land in front of a couple. That's Rose Run Ashley, and Section Line Flame is the trailer. So they step onto the backstretch, and Queen of Fear has the lead, but not for long. Here's the big favorite, Odds on Hialeah, out of 3rd, and Dexter Dunn quarter moves her to the front at 1-9, heavily backed after a 27-3 opening quarter. Odds on Hialeah to the front. Queen of Fear pockets up. Prolific Fire races from the 3rd spot, traveling better than Odds on Chesapeake, who's Fourth off her stablemate and 5 lengths behind and swinging to the outside now. Skywalker C follows her. Then it's the Word Is Out who's going to be third over. Rose Run Ashley and Section Line Flame are the 2 trailers. They begin to pair up with just over 1 circuit remaining, and they chase the big favorite Odds On Hialeah. And here's Odds On Chesapeake right to her. Stable companions past the half in 57 seconds together. Queen of Fear is locked in by Skywalker C, who gets a nice second over toe for Hanners as they bend back onto the clubhouse turn. The Word Is Out third over. Excess Cover. Prolific Fire is buried back in 6th. Then comes Rose Run Ashley 7th, and Section Line Flame is trailed throughout. 6 lengths separate the compact field. That works up the backstretch for the final time. Odds On Chesapeake just put her nose in front. Odds On Hialeah at the inside is asked to respond under pressure. Ready to fan 3 wide. Skywalker C. Queen of Fear looms a big threat off a good trip. 3/4, 125. A 28 backside. The Virgil Morgan trainees continue to throw down into the final turn. Odds On Hialeah and Odds On Chesapeake. Skywalker C at a big number flips 3 wide. Queen of Fear needs a place to race. They turn 4 home. Odds On Hialeah trying to last on the lead. Odds On Chesapeake. Queen of Fear and over the top. Skywalker C driving finish. Odds On Hialeah's holding on. Odds On Hialeah just survives at 1-9. She holds off either Odds On Chesapeake or Skywalker C. 1:53 time of the mile.
Blanket finish, but it looked like Odds On Hialeah had the nose out front. I'm not sure if Austin Hanners got up for second with Skywalker C or if it was David Miller hanging on with Odds On Chesapeake. We'll have to wait to see the photo.
I don't know, Frank. I think Austin got up for second, I will say. Huge closing effort.
Well, Dexter Dunn stuck Odds On Hialeah, got to the front and hung on there, and it was a battle between stablemates as the 2 Virgil Morgan trainees battled most of the way, but it was on Odds On Hialeah picking up the win, 7th win in 8 starts for Odds On Hialeah.
Does make 4 in a row for that lather up filly.
Virgil Morgan Jr. picks up the training double.
Regardless, not a bad finish for the Morgan stable. He should be up there at least, if not second, I think third.
So we will wait to see what that photo looks like, but there is your winner. The number 2, Odds On Hialeah, the lather up out of the Badlands Hanover.
2-4-3-1 unofficial. Virgil Morgan Jr. with the exacta. 2-4-3-1 unofficial.
So it was the stablemates going 1-2. Skywalker C for the Luther Barn finishes 3rd. Queen of Fear with Ronnie Wren for trainer Edward Miller finishes 4th. And there is your winner, Odds On Hialeah, making its way back to the winner's circle. Virgil Morgan, fist bump for Dexter Dunn. Well, Matt's protecting the 2-year-old filly trotting blanket over there.
Back to the winner's circle.
See if he gets the next one, too.
Number 2, Odds On Hialeah, owned by Let It Ryan Stables and Odds On Racing, bred by Odds On Noir of Florida, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. He's 2 for 2 in the Scarlet Championships, this one with driver Dexter Dunn. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Lather Up out of the Badlands Hanover mare, Laugh and Be Happy. Now 7 for 8 lifetime. A 3-race win streak, and Odds On Hialeah prevails in 1:53.
$153, the final time for Odds On Hialeah. I'm sure we're going to have an interview with either.
2, 4, 3, and 1 is the official order.
So now official. Looks like Dexter Dunn taking the helmet off. He'll hand that over to Virgil Morgan, and Virgil will take his trainee back to the barn while Dexter Dunn stops and talks with. Looks like Jessica is going to have the honors of doing this interview with Dexter Dunn.
What a night already for the Virgil Morgan Jr. stable.
You get a win and 2 wins in a second.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Let's send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with winning driver Dexter Dunn.
Thanks, Kenny. Odds-on Hialeah takes the championship. Scarlett for those 2-year-old Philly Pacers. Now, Dexter, this is the third time you've sat behind her. It was a good mile tonight, but just talk me through the last 3 weeks with her.
Oh, she's a beautiful filly. Lovely to drive. She put in a great performance at Delaware and went to Dayton and put in a good mile and was great again here tonight. But she's very easy to drive and, gets around small tracks great too.
She had pressure throughout that middle half of the mile. Her stablemate, nonetheless, and you had plenty of fresh horses on the outside of you. Just talk me through that last quarter of a mile.
I probably deserved to get pressure because I went too slow second quarter. So, but it probably helped her a little bit. She's probably more of a stalker than on the front, but with a good draw we had to use it. And, it sort of got her up going and you got to travel around the last turn. And she had to fight hard up the straight, though.
Nice job on that one. One more I want to ask you about Janelle Granny. You drove him in Delaware. Game performance by him. He looks like he's coming in this game sharp.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse. And like you said, his run at Delaware was very, very good. So he's got a good draw, too, to use. So, hopefully he's on form and can put the right foot forward.
Nice job. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, Jess. Don't forget, right team done.
There you have it, Dexter.
So there you have it, Dexter Dunn. And, it helps. Dexter Dunn is now sat behind odds-on Hialeah for the last 3 races. So, the first time you might learn a little bit, the second time. So he was very familiar with odds-on Hialeah.
And Dexter Dunn, the best in himself, right? We don't have to do a whole lot of explanation when he's put behind a horse.
So wait to get the... Unofficially, it's odds-on Hialeah, odds-on Chesapeake finished second, Skywalker C third, Queen of Fear finishes fourth. That's now official. And I think we get the rundown right now.
For 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters.
Nope. Looks like it's so hard to hear, so we'll try our best to get the rundown for you as we can. But so 2 races, 2 wins for the Virgil Morgan Jr. barn as we have completed the 2-year-old fillies. Now let's move over to the 2-year-old colts, and we'll start it off with the 2-year-old colt trotters. And we will have our first horse that'll have a shot at the Triple Crown, and we'll tell you all about that when we return to MGM Northfield Park.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries are now open.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. 2 of our 8 championships are in the books. And we now move it over to the 2-year-old colt and geldings. And the one to keep an eye on, Ashley, is the one that has a shot at the Triple Crown, and that is Battle Hill.
This is the race that I have been most looking forward to. Truly, these colts, there are a lot of nice colts in this field. Really, I don't want to say that there is a clear standout. Just because we have that potential for the Triple Crown, there's plenty of horses to Battle Hills inside and outside that can still get the job done over him.
Well, I think one of the things to look at is you've got a number of these horses that know how to win, and they know how to hit the board. And when you have that, anything can happen. You take a look at what's shaken. The number 3 has hit the board 6 of 7. Battle Hill, a perfect 8 for 8 hitting the board. Scrappy's Love, 7 of 8 hitting the board. LT Loverboy has hit the board in all 9 races this year, and oh so fast, 6 for 7. And most of the horses in this race have been winners in their last race or the last 2, so that winning feeling is right there for these 2-year-old colt trotters.
Right. Let's talk about the Triple Crown and what it really means to Ohio. So our first leg is the Ohio Sire Stakes that is always at Scioto Downs, and then it depends. You know, our second and third legs will kind of change for who is hosting the finals. But this year, our second leg, we're going to go to the post parade.
They are. So when they said they were going to go the first races quickly, so Rose Run Alex is
The horses
out
have
on
made their
that.
way
So
to the
there we
track
go.
for the 4th race, the 3rd Scarlet Championship. This one for 2-year-old trotting colts. Exact the trifecta 20-cent super $1 pick 3 possibility. The one is Rose Run Alex, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services, trained by Ron Burke. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives. She was bred by Rose Run Farm of Ohio. The 2 Hilltop Sonar, bred by Adrian Hucksteller of Ohio. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Beastie, and Rich Lombardo Racing, trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page has the lines. 2 of her 3 victories have come in legs of the Sire Stakes. 3 What's Shaken, owned by W.J. Donovan, trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie, was bred by the Steiner Stock Farm of Ohio, and is your next generation winner. The 4, Caviar Creek, owned by Christopher Beaver, Steven Z. Hendelar, Leo Fleming, and Mark Schwartz, trained by Chris Beaver. Aaron Merriman has the lines, bred by John Hochstetler of Ohio. Galliers Racing of Ohio bred the 5, Battle Hill. Has yet to miss the board in 8 career tries, owned by William Hart, trained by Matthew Burkholder. Chris Lems has the driving assignment. The Ohio Breeders' Champion from the Delaware County Fairs, the 6 Scrappy's Love, bred by Walter Pfister, LLC of Kentucky, is owned by Gil Short, LLC, and Jeffrey Banky, trained by Chris Beaver. Mike Wilder in the sulky. 7 LT Loverboy, owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing. Darren Harvey trains. Brett Miller has the lines, bred by the Midland Acres of Ohio. Yet to miss the board in 9 tries. And the 8 is a 2-time Sire Stakes leg winner, bred by R. Bradley Schaefer of Ohio. The 8 Oh So Fast, owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and the Callum Racing. Scott Cox, the trainer. Dave Miller in the sulky.
So there is the field for our 2-year-old colt and gelding trotters. Let's take a look at this field a little more in depth. The number 1 is Rose Run Alex. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke. This is a What the Hill out of the Cadabra mare Dabrina. Burke Racing Stables, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services are the owners. 8 starts this year, a win, a second, and a third, $59,000 in earnings. This was a $60,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. Comes in 6th in points. The one win this year was in 156-3 at Scioto Downs in a leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes.
Chris Page will drive our 2-horse Hilltop Sonar for Ron Burke. This is a gelding by What the Hill, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Beastie, and Rich Lombardo of Ohio. He has had 3 wins in 7 starts, currently sets 2nd in our points. However, do want to mention this horse has not stayed flat on a half. He has run every single time up here at Northfield, but maybe he can get it done today. He was a winner back at Scioto Downs in 155-1 for that lifetime mark.
The number 3 is What's Shakin'. Ronnie Gillespie drives and trains for W. Donovan of Delray Beach, Florida. This is a What the Hill out of Broadway's Sister by Conway Hall. 6 of 7 times has hit the board with 2 wins and 4 thirds. Was 7th in point standings. Was a $17,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale. Was last time out, finished 7th, but placed 6th in the Sire Stakes at Dayton. Was a winner back on August 14th at Northfield.
Caviar Creek will be driven by Aaron Merriman. Chris Beaver is our trainer. Beaver does co-own this 2-year-old by Triumphant Caviar alongside Steven Z. Handler, L. Fleming, and M. Schwartz of Ohio. He has had 1 win and 1 second-place finish in 5 seasonal starts. He did win a leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes right here at Northfield in 1:58-4. Since then, has improved a little bit in time. Does have a mile timed in 1:56-4.
The number 5 is Battle Hill going for the Ohio Triple Crown. Matthew Burkholder trains. Chris Lems will have the lines. This is a Marseille out of the Cadabra mare, Battle Mage. William Hart of Carmel, Maine is the owner. Has hit the board all 8 times with 4 wins, a second, and 3 thirds. Was a winner 2 back in Delaware at the Ohio Breeders' Championship.
Mike Wilder will drive for Chris Beaver, Scrappy's Love, first-time Lasix. He has hit the board 7 of 8 times. This is a long Tom colt owned by Gil Short and Jeffrey Banky. Was a winner 2 back at Delaware in the Ohio Breeders' Crown, 1:56-2.
The number 7 is LT Loverboy, the winner of 4 Ohio Sire Stakes legs. Brett Miller will look for his second championship of the night, driving for Darren Harvey. This is a long tom out of For the Love of Lindy by Cantab Hall. Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing are the owners. Has hit the board in all 9. 5 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. Last time out at Dayton, won by 6 lengths in 1:56-2. That was just a tick off its mark of 1:56-1, which it took at Scioto.
Rounding out the field, we have Oh So Fast, the Buckeye David Miller behind the lines for Scott Cox. Owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing. He's hit the board 6 of 7 times, including 2 wins. Most recently won out of the 8-hole at Dayton wire to wire in a Sire Stake leg in 1:58-3. This colt cannot seem to get a break with his post positions, but hopefully that doesn't matter today.
Ron Burke with 2 entries, Chris Beaver with a pair of entries, and we were talking about the Triple Crown when we went to the post parade, and the first leg is that Ohio Sire Stakes or the Ohio State Fair Stakes at Scioto Downs. Then that second leg sometimes will be the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship, depending on the way it falls, or it might be the Ohio Breeders' Championship as it was this year, and then the third leg sometimes reversed, and tonight it is where the Sire Stakes Championship. I think there's just something special about winning the Triple Crown on Sire Stakes night. I think it means, just a little bit more. The biggest night, and you get that honor as well.
I do agree. This is a very tough night, and this year every single leg was held at a different track. Right, so that can always play a role into it. The Triple Crown should not be taken lightly. I know that we have 3 up for it tonight, but it is no easy feat. And every single year, it is continuously growing how hard it is because of the caliber of athletes that we have seen on these tracks.
Well, we talked about it earlier. In this race, you have 4 that have earned over $100,000 already, and 2 of them are over $90,000. So could very easily pop over that mark as well. And it's like you said, last year we did not have a Triple Crown winner in Ohio, and this year we have a chance at 3. And the first one who's going to get that crack is going to be Battle Hill, owned by William Hart of Carmel, Maine. Matt Burkholder is the trainer. I got to talk to Matt at Delaware after the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Had a chance to talk to him, and we are getting ready to go. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood for the call of the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trot Championship.
at the head of the stretch. They're off and trotting. Caviar Creek put in some steps as Battle Hill heads out looking for the early lead. Hilltop Sonar toward the inside. What's shaken part of the mix? Rose Run Alex down at the inside just jumped it off. Rose Run Alex made a break. Up top, Hilltop Sonar battling with Battle Hill as they race to the backside. What's shaken is third. Scrappy's Love finds the pylons in front of his stablemate Caviar Creek inside of LT Loverboy, then Oh So Fast. And after the miscue, Rose Run Alex is the back marker. They drive to the opening quarter mark behind Battle Hill in 27 and 3. Pretty solid tempo there for Battle Hill as Hilltop Sonar is on a retake mission here for Page. What's shaking is third, and Hilltop Sonar just put in some steps and made a break. So that helps out Battle Hill, who doesn't have any pressure at the moment as they complete 3/8, but it's coming in the form of Scrappy's Love, who's first up now for Wilder. What's shaking will be locked in. Caviar Creek stayed in a 3-hole as LT Loverboy gets a second over toe. Oh So Fast, part of this 6-pack of trotters. It's 10 back to Hilltop Sonar and Rose Run Alex, the distant trailer. 57 and 4, just a 30 and 1 second quarter for Battle Hill, who continues to call the shots up front. Scrappy's Love is uncovered on the outside, racing second and a length and a half behind. What's shaken locked in? LT Loverboy gets a nice second over toe. That's the race favorite at 4 to 5 and has 3 lengths to pick up. Caviar Creek is inside of Oh So Fast, 3 in, 3 out as they high step over to a quarter of a mile left to go. Scrappy's Love right to the outside of Battle Hill, and there goes LT Loverboy. 3 wide for Brett Miller, then Oh So Fast, What's Shaking, and Caviar Creek throw a blanket over this top 6 as they pass 3 quarters in 1:27. Scrappy's Love has his nose in front. 3 wide, LT Loverboy. 4 wide, Oh So Fast, trying to rev it up from the back. Battle Hill is dropped back as they turn for home. Scrappy's Love trying to hold off LT Loverboy and Oh So Fast down the center. They're 3 across the course. Scrappy's Love drifted out. He's locked wheels with LT Loverboy. Scrappy's Love just in front. Scrappy's Love wins a chaotic Scarlet Championship. Then LT Loverboy and Oh So Fast, 157 and 3.
Yeah,
It's a lot to sort out.
Yeah, that
there,
is
right?
going to be a lot to sort out, but I think Scrappy's Love with Mike Wilder driving, I think got away clean, and I think is going to, hang on. But here's the replay again as they came down. It was a mad dash,
yeah.
and
Can't tell from that angle if
No.
he's bearing out or
exactly.
It looks like he kind of maybe was, but we'll need to see the head.
We're going to have to see what the heads-on view looks like as they hooked wheels there.
Yep.
You can see the wheels hooked.
Yikes.
Got a little steppy on the horse.
How Scrappy's Love.
Yeah, I mean, you
He
can
did
see there,
not.
right? Mike Wilder, looked over at Brett Miller. So we will have to see what is determined. But the way they came across the line was Scrappy's Love, LT Loverboy, and Oh So Fast. But I think Oh So Fast was on a break because of everything that happened
LT Loverboy.
next to him. And we'll have to see, but we did have 2 breakers in that race, Rose Run Alex and Hilltop Sonar. So we will wait to see how the judges are going to sort this out. But if it stands, another long shot at 10 to 1, Scrappy's Love.
But right there, Frank, I said going into this was the race I personally was looking forward to tonight. Scrappy's Love, talk about a horse that we overlooked a little bit. I mean, the rest of his line's just phenomenal. A horse that puts his head down and just trots.
7 out of 8, first or second. Six, 7, 8, 5 unofficial. So Battle Hill finishes 4th. So the Triple Crown will not happen today. So why don't we keep Kenny up, and just so we can jump into him when we hear what they're talking about. Still says unofficial. I don't see the inquiry sign up. I would think they're going to look at it.
Boy, I'd think over $300,000. I would definitely take a second look at that.
And a third, and a 4th.
Yeah.
So we will wait to see. But Scrappy's Love, trained by Chris Beaver, owned by Gil Short of Williamsburg, Virginia, and Jeffrey Banke of Toledo, is coming back to the winner's circle.
Mike Wilder has driven this colt the last 3 starts now and has done very,
Please
very
note
well.
there's an inquiry sign and it concerns the unofficial winner. The inquiry sign has been posted for possible interference in the stretch concerning the 6 Scrappy's
Yep.
Love for that incident coming down to the finish. So hold all tickets. 6785 is unofficial. The judges will look at this one.
And we'll keep the track announcer Mike up just to wait to see. And, Mike Wilder jumped onto the bike again once he heard that. They were about to throw the blanket over Scrappy's Love as the winner.
I'm sure we'll get the slow-mo again. But
Yep.
it really looked...
It'll be interesting to see if they can show us the head-on view to see what did happen if
Brett went down or Wilder
Yeah,
came out. Or
yep.
From that view, very quickly, I hope we can see the replay again. I'm sure we will. It really did look like Brett went down, but that's not who the inquiry is on. So maybe my view is just a little bit different than really what the judges are seeing.
And poor Oh So Fast took the brunt of
Yeah,
all
the
of
two
it,
of them,
really,
right,
'cause
yeah.
He was closing good on the outside.
And the judges do a good job here. And I know in the past they have had the judges come on and talk about their ruling and why they ruled what they did. I've seen that in the past here at MGM Northfield Park. I'm not sure if they will do that or not tonight, but we'll wait and see. But the final time, 157-3, well off the stakes record of 55-1 set by Action Uncle back in 2019. Back in 2021, the Mighty Hill won here in 154-4 and set a world record in the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship.
I don't think we keep record of it, Frank, but it would be interesting to see because our finals do rotate between the tracks. What each track's record specifically is, not the stakes overall.
Well, you know what? I think we do have that somehow, some way.
Is that an Ashley Daly project?
No, I think
You
we've
actually-
got. I think we have all the times dating back to, at least the last 10, 12 years. I know we have the times, and during that last 10 to 12 years, the horses have gotten so much faster that I don't think you have to go back and look much farther back to find the times. So as we wait for the results of our third championship here at MGM Northfield Park, this race last year won by Tennessee Tom, who will try to go back-to-back later this evening. And this got to be tough on everybody. The connections for all 3 horses there at the top, wondering what happened, waiting to find out, waiting to hear.
A lot of money on the line here. Yeah, talk about a nail biter.
Right now, as it stands, Scrappy Love, LT Loverboy, and Oh So Fast. And, you take a look at each one's got its own story. You talked about Scrappy Love, a 10-1 long shot, has hit the board in 7 of 8. You got LT Loverboy, Darren Harvey looking for his first ever Sire Stakes win tonight. If LT Loverboy gets, they take Scrappy's Love down, and LT Loverboy is elevated to first. I wasn't really sure. How far back was the 4th place horse? I think it was just the 3 battling at the lead.
It really just was the 3. He was a handful of lengths off, but it wasn't too terrible. With that break, though, there was just so much happening. Unfortunate that it happened here in the final, but I figured this would be action-packed race. Just didn't think it would be in this way.
Well, it was. You had Chris Page with Hilltop Sonar, starting to make a move and then made the break there. You had Rose Run Alex early in the race making the break with Ronnie Wren Jr.
And I know, did we have
2
any
Burke horses?
Did we have any breakers? The Fillies get a bad rep. Did we have any breakers?
I don't think we had any
Fillies?
Fillies.
It's been our Colts this year that have not minded their manners, but Chris Page he went right to the front, ended up popping that pocket.
And you talked about Hilltop Sonar, for some reason on the half-mile track has not been able to stay flat. Made a break at Delaware, made a break
Ladies and
at
gentlemen, your
Norfolk.
attention please. Number 6, Scrappy's Loved, caused interference down the stretch to number 7, LT Loverboy, and has been placed second. Again, Scrappy's Love, the original unofficial winner, has been placed second for interference to the 7 LT Loverboy, and your new order of finish 7, 6, 8, and 5.
So 7, 6, 8, 5 right now, unofficial. We'll see if that stays. But as of right now, Darren Harvey picks up his first Sire Stakes victory as a trainer with LT Loverboy, the long tom out of the Cantab Hall mare for the love of Lindy, and making his way back to the winner's circle.
Please note the judges are going to hang the inquiry sign against the unofficial third place finisher. The 8 oh so fast possible violation of the braking rule. So a couple of
so it's still not official
in the stretch.
It looks like it's
the first
official
one,
for the
6
first.
Scrappy's Love has been placed behind the 7 LT Loverboy for the interference.
And so now we wait on the number 8 oh so fast, who made a break, but I don't think there was anybody near him behind him.
That close.
Yep. So we'll have to see if they did. They might elevate, Battle Hill up to third and put Oh So Fast back to fourth. But Brett Miller now going to take a slow walk back over to the. I can't tell. Does that look like the trotting hobble is
broken?
Angle in there, yeah.
Well, I mean, he was back in the barn, but it was
Right.
really hard to tell.
Yeah, they might just have thrown stuff back on to get him back out there. But Brett Miller looks like he's going to pick up his second championship in 3 races.
What a hard call to make. I am glad I'm on this side of the booth and not up in the judges'
The judges
stand
do
because
it's a tough job for these judges.
$75,000 swing there,
Right.
Though, you talk about the money, but to say you're a Sire Stakes champion, that lasts forever. That money only lasts for a little while. So here comes LT Loverboy back to the winner's circle. And there you saw the van at the bottom of the shot, bringing over the connections. Darren Harvey for Wayne Mass
Now
Jr. and Callum
to
Racing.
the winner's circle, the trophy presentation by Nick Monty. And harness communicator Hall of Fame member Bob Roberts. Comes the 7T Loverboy, owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and the Callum Racing, trained by Darren Harvey. This is Brett Miller's second win on the program, second Sire Stakes victory for him. The 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Long Tom out of the Cantab Hall mare for the love of Lindy was bred by the Midland Acres of Ohio. 6th lifetime win for LT Loverboy, placed first in 157 and 3.
So a happy bunch of owners in there. I had a chance earlier today to talk to both Wayne Mast and Walt Callum of Callum Racing. And they get themselves a win tonight.
And you know what? Which I know we're not official. They also own our 8-horse. Oh, so fast.
So they had 2 in it. So
very nice night for our ownership.
yeah, they're waiting to find out also on that 8-horse. But right now, I think all their attention is on the number 7, LT Loverboy.
For good reason. LT Loverboy has been just a phenomenal horse for them all season long. So something that Susan Schroeder actually does is she helps organize and order all of the trophies for each and every leg. This ownership group always to make sure to order multiples extra.
Well, it's funny, and tonight we had a whole box for them, and I went in. They had a party for all the owners in the room next to us here, and I went over and I told Wayne, I said, I've got some trophies for you guys, and he says, well, Walt's right over there, and he started to get up. I said, let's have a little fun. He goes, why? I said, sit back down. So I went out and I had them literally had them in a little wagon. There were so many of them. They're so heavy. And just as I got in there, Walt Callum stood up, and as I walked in, I got to him and I stopped and I said, if you're going to keep ordering these trophies, you're going to have to come and get them yourself. I'm tired of delay. And he just looked at me, he goes, those are all mine. I said,
right.
yes, they're all yours.
Right.
So we immediately took him out to their truck where he's got it, and so he's going to be getting another big order. And the funny thing is, we still don't have the trophies from the 5th leg ordered yet and back in the office. So, so in fact, they've got them
Thanks so
coming
much,
for
Kenny
LT
and
Loverboy.
Brett Miller, after winning a controversial race number 4. It's good to see you on the right side of one of these things finally. I feel like every time I talk to you, we're on the wrong side of these things.
Yeah, no doubt. It's been a rough couple years on inquiries. Yeah, so it feels good to be on the right side.
Now take us through the mile. You had to come the second over there and then come 3 deep around the last turn. The fractions weren't all that fast in front of you.
Correct. And there was a few breakers earlier, and that changed the whole race. When Chris Page's horse made a break, that really changed it for us. And my colt raced awesome.
Now you'll drive Sugar instead, undefeated. It's hard to argue with perfection. You come into a big night. It's got to be good to get a win under your belt so far early on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first one's always the hardest one, so hopefully we can keep it rolling.
Brett, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you.
So there is Brett Miller picking up his second win with LT Loverboy. We still have the inquiry out, and it looks like they
Please
have
know we
dropped.
have another
Here we go.
disqualification. Number 8, Oh So Fast, was originally 3rd, has been placed 5th for failure to lose ground on a break. So now number 5, Battle Hill, is placed 3rd, and the 4, Caviar Creek, has been placed 4th. So again, 2 disqualifications there. One was the 6, Scrappy's Love, was first placed 2nd for interference to the 7, LT Loverboy, and the 8, Oh So Fast, was 3rd and placed 5th for failure to lose ground on a break. And the order of finish 7, 6, 5, and 4 is now official.
So there you have it. You now have it official. 7, 6, 5, 4, LT Loverboy, Scrappy's Love, Battle Hill, and Caviar Creek.
I think they probably will have the officials on here. We may want to hang for a minute before we go to
good
to a
idea.
break.
The full rundown.
Yep, that's what we will do. We will hang and wait for a break. And, well, they said they were going to run the first 3 off real quickly, and then they were going to slow it down a little bit. Well,
I guess that did it for us.
it slowed it down a little bit, so. So we'll wait to see if they do go to our officials. I'm keeping an eye on the door to see if I can see the winning connections of
The $17.80, the trifecta $55, the superfecta $38.40. They're off and trotting. Caviar Creek.
They must give the rundown here after the replay. So, but there we have it. The 3rd of our championships is in the books. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will have the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers right after this.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigDWeb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Battle Hill, and there goes LT.
Welcome back. Here we are at MGM Northfield Park on Super Night. We just finished up a little bit of a messy 3rd championship for those 2-year-old colt trotters. Looks like official. We did go 7, 6, 5, 4, had a couple of inquiries and had a few horses come down. Frank has stepped away for just a moment trying to see if we can get some winning connection interviews. Next, we are headed into the 5th race of the night, just the 4th OSS championship. Those 2-year-old colt pacers. We have another, let me make sure, yes. Frank, this is another Triple Crown potential. We have Rick Wink from our 3rd post position, has won both the first leg, the Ohio State Fair, and the 2nd leg of that Triple Crown, the Ohio Breeders' Championship, and tonight can wrap it up for him.
Plus, we also have a scratch in this race, too. I don't know if you mentioned that. House of Bricks, the number 6, has been scratched. So I was trying to see if I could find some of the connections. Could not. They, I don't know if they headed back upstairs or if they went back.
Already?
Already celebrating. So I'm not sure if they headed upstairs because they had the clubhouse open here tonight. They had a big buffet dinner upstairs and sold out of all the reservations upstairs. So there were a lot of people up there. Not sure if they even went back to the paddock and drive back in the van to see who was back there for everything.
While we have some time, what we could mention is detention for these horses. That is something that we have not brought up. The paddock really just isn't a paddock. These horses actually started going into, I guess, a security level is how I would describe a detention barn. Our first race actually had to be in there at 12:30, so it's usually about a 6-hour detention. They have been in there, they have security, they watch what comes in and out to make sure those horses are under wraps.
Yep, and and then the horses slowly, once they're back there, then they get out and they go to the paddock area after they warm up, and that's when they, they get them to cool down a little bit and get them ready to go, and then back out they go.
With our winner of our last one, our 7-horse LT Loverboy, we had just mentioned our winning connections. They unfortunately did have a horse get taken down, though. Came across the wire 3rd, but was on a break because of the interference. He did get placed down to 5th. So I'm sure they are very elated with their win, but at the same time, maybe their stomach dropped.
A little bit of mixed emotions on that. So,
and that really wasn't his fault. Because of the interference, he was on that big run. However, he's still placed 5th, so he's still going to get some money at the end of the day.
We mentioned the scratch of House of Bricks. House of Bricks was the 11th point getter in this race. The number 8 or the number 6 point getter was Pants on Fire. Brian Brown trainee, had only raced 3 times this year. His last race was on July 21st here at Northfield. The number 9 point getter, Copper Penny, also part of the Brian Brown barn, had made 7 starts this year, had 1 win. His last start was at Dayton back about a week ago, 4 days ago. And the number 10 point getter was Spirit's Happy Ending, Ryan Miller, trainee. His last start was at Delaware.
I say entries are not automatic. That is why our owners, trainers, drivers, they do have to drop into that box. That's why certain point getters ended up being starters.
In the 2-year-old Colt Pace for the Great Championships tomorrow, you have the 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, and then you've got to go all the way to the 30th. The horses tied for the 30th who only had 1 point. They made 1 start. Did not finish in the top 5, so they only got 1 point, and they ended up drawing into the consolations in a race for $100,000. Let's go back upstairs.
Presiding Judge Bud Teeters taking a look back at the stretch run of the 4th race.
This is the reason for the first placing in the 4th race. The horses are coming down the stretch to the finish. The 6 comes out, interferes with a 7. We'll show it again. The horses are coming down the stretch to the finish. The 6 comes out and interferes with a 7. That's the reason for the first placing in the 4th race.
Not sure if he's going to address the second placing with the
This is
8
the
horse.
reason for the second placing in the 4th race. The horses are coming down the stretch to the finish. The 8 makes a break and is off stride through the wire. He does not lose ground while he's off stride. We'll show it again. The horses are coming down the stretch to the finish. The 8 makes a break and is off stride. He does not lose ground while he's off stride. That's the reason for the placing, second placing, 4th race.
So it's just a straight violation of the braking rule on the number 8.
I'll tell
So
you,
fast.
The 7 horse to get back trotting that quick is pretty impressive. 'Cause, I mean, he got clobbered there. I mean, that wheel was in his hind legs, and I don't know, pretty impressive.
Good job by LT Loverboy.
Right, and I'm glad that they did end up showing that head-on view, just as Frank, like you said, from that official, right here at the finish line. It didn't look like Scrappy's Love really came over, but that is exactly what happened.
Yeah, when you saw the heads-on view, you could see how he did veer out right into LT Loverboy, and so that was the reason they ended up with the placing, and so now it is official as we get set for our 4th race of our championships, the 2-year-old Colt Pace, and you were talking about Rick Wink, a shot at the Triple Crown, and this horse has just been phenomenal this year.
To say the least, he's undefeated, and we've seen undefeated horses in the past. Frank, again, this should not be taken lightly. With the caliber of horses that we see now, it is just unmatched. There's no words to have a Triple Crown potential and then to be 8 for 8 in wins.
Well, I'll tell you, this is the race. All 3 of the Burke entries are just having phenomenal years. Rick Wink, Triple Crown chance, perfect 8 for 8. Sippin' on Sea Rock, world record holder, 7 of 8. Has won 5 races, 7 of 8 hitting the board. Swingtown, 6 of 7, 5 wins and 7 starts. Something has to give.
Something has to give. Sippin' on Ciroc, leaving out of the 7th post position, has a mark of 148-2, taking back earlier this year at Lexington.
A 2-year-old going that fast. That's the amazing thing, is how fast Sippin' on Sea Rock went. A Down by the Seaside, Swingside, a Down by the Seaside, Rick Wink, a bit of a legend end. So it'll be interesting to see how these battle out.
Rick Wink is the only one of at least the 3 that we have mentioned of Burke's that has stayed purely in Ohio, though. Keep that in mind. He is undefeated, but he has stayed in Ohio. We have nice competition here, but we know as we move out into Canada, Lexington, Pennsylvania, you name it, that changes the game. Sippin' on Ciroc has spent a lot of time down in Kentucky, and Swingtown most recently had a 4th place finish in the Metro.
Well, Sippin' on Sea Rock won the first leg back at Scioto Downs on July 13th, then went down to Lexington, raced down there, knew he needed more points, came up here and wins at Dayton to get him his 2nd win, puts him 3rd in points. Swingtown has won 3 of the legs, all 3 that he entered. And he won the 1st, the 2nd, and the 4th. Rick Wink won all 5 lengths, so he comes into this with 255 points. Swingtown 153, and Sippin' on Sea Rock. So when you look at this, these horses in the there were 11 total divisions for the 2-year-old Colt Pacers, and they won 10 of them.
I was about to say, Burke is we know.
They have dominated this class.
And we know the 3-year-old Colt Pace is always what's looked to, but our 2-year-old Colt Pacers, right? Everybody starts somewhere, and Burke just has such a grip on Colt Pacers across the board. The only other one who has won a leg of the Sire Stakes for this division is My First Buyer and is trained by Todd Luther.
And This is a sneaky horse. Keep an eye on My First Fire. Todd Luther has his horses ready to go, and Austin Hanners has been doing a great job driving this year. Let's go to the post parade.
For the 5th race to wrap up freshman Scarlet Championships here on this Super Night program. The one is Fabio Hanover, owned by Douglas Overheiser, FAC Racing, and John Schwartz Jr. Brian Brown, the trainer, Dexter drives with the Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. Lawrence Crawford of Georgia bred the 2 My First Fire, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther. Austin Hannah calls the shots. The 3 is Rick Wink, undefeated this season. He's 8 for 8, bred by Larry Miller of Ohio, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, RAS Racing, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Purnell, and Libby. Trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page calls the shots. Number 4, Extra Suds, bred by Ron Steck and Jeffrey Brees of Ohio, lessee Virgil Morgan Jr. for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. and Brett Miller in the sulky. This is a rare paint colt. The 5, What You Gonna Do, bred by Springhaven Farms of Ohio, owned by Last Laugh LLC, trained by Ron Potter. Aaron Merriman calls the shots. Scratch number 6, House of Bricks. Number 7, the fastest 2-year-old ever, 1:48.2 at the Red Mile, was bred by Trent Stoller Stables of Indiana and Marie Binkley of Ohio, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, RAS Racing and Knox Services, trained by Ron Burke. Yannick Gingras drives. It's Sippin' on Sea-Rock. And the 8, Swingtown. The next generation winner was bred by Steiner Stock Farm of Ohio, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and RAS Racing, trained by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky.
So let's take a look at these horses for the 2-year-old colt and gelding pace. The number 1 is Fabio Hanover. Dexter Dunn drives for Brian Brown. This is a Down by the Seaside out of Fashion Majorette by Art Major. Owners are D. Overheiser, FAC Racing, and Jay Schwartz. This is a $20,000 purchase at the Harrisburg sale. 10 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3, was a winner 4 back in a dead heat at Scioto.
My First Fire will be driven by Austin Hanners for Todd Luther. This 2-year-old colt by Catch the Fire is owned by Greg Luther Racing of Blacklick, Ohio. In 9 seasonal starts, he has notched 4 wins and 3 third-place finishes. Was a winner in the Ohio Sire Stake leg up here at Northfield early August. Did go that mile in 1:54.1. However, since then was 3rd, but timed a mile in 1:52.3. Final quarter in 28.4.
The number 3 is Rick Wink. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This is a bit of a legend N out of the McArdle mare, McGrin and McBear. Burke Racing Stables, RAS Racing, Knox Services, and J&T Silva, Purnell, Libby are the owners. Rick Wink, a perfect 8 for 8. His last win at Dayton by 2 1/4 lengths in 1:52. Took a mark of 1:50.2 in the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware.
One that is very hard to miss, our Pinto Extra Suds, leaving from our 4th post position with Brett Miller. Virgil Morgan Jr. does train and actually leases this 2-year-old colt by Lather Up. In 9 seasonal starts, he's notched 2 wins, 5 seconds, and 1 third-place finish. He is coming off of a win actually at Dayton, but for the Fair Stakes in 1:53.2, final quarter 28.3. Do want to mention he has a handful of times 1:51 in a piece.
Aaron Merriman drives the number 5. What You Gonna Do? Ron Potter's the training, owned by Last Laugh LLC of Bucyrus. This is a gelding by Fear the Dragon out of the All-American Native Mare Bad Girls Club. 2 wins, 2/3 in 9 starts this year. Earnings over $45,000. Has a mark of 52-4. Took that at Scioto Downs, 4 back in that dead heat. And that was in the dead heat with Fabio Hanover.
The 6 is a scratch 7, Sippin' on Sea Rock. Yannick will be in the bike for Ron Burke. Down by the Seaside Colt, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and RAS Racing, as well as Knox Services. He's only raced in 2 OSS legs, but does sit 3rd in those points. With that, this horse has never missed a check. A world champion. Was a winner last start out in the Sire Stakes at Dayton in 151-2. Again, world champion, 148-2 down at Lexington, and has produced many miles in the 49 mark.
The number 8 is Swingtown. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke and Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and RAS Racing. This is a down by the Seaside out of the Art Major mare Swinging Beauty. Has won 5 of 7. Also has a 3rd place finish. Was 4th in the Metro up at Woodbine back on September 21st. His last win came at Scioto Downs on September 7th. That is the field. The Burkes have 3 in this race. Clever Cody was your winner last year in 2023. The stakes record set by Charlie May. There's a familiar name. Back in 2020, went 150-2.
All of our Burke trainees. So again, Rick Wink, Sippin' on Sea Rock, and Swingtown have all earned well over $200,000 this year. Should mention as well, these are all really heavy closers. Looking at their final quarters, these horses love to come home in 26 and a piece, and that is just phenomenal. Except for Rick Wink, he does show a little bit slower, still in 27-1, which is nothing to bat an eye out. But because he's undefeated, we don't really know how fast he can close. He's never been pushed to that point.
Last time he came out from the 3-hole, he went right to the lead and won, and that was here at Northfield. Does show a little bit of gate speed. Sippin' on Sea Rock shows a lot of gate speed, so it's going to be interesting to see what Yannick Gingras does with Sippin' on Sea Rock from the 7-hole. It helps not having House of Bricks and gets to move down 1 spot.
I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. Rick Wink was originally a $27,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected sale. I do believe he started his entire career in the Burke Brigade. Truthfully, that is a very small price tag for what we see out of the Burke stable.
Look at the stablemates. $77,000 for Sippin' on Sea Rock at the Lexington sale, and Swingtown was a $160,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale. Now, that being said, he has earned $264,000, so he's already paid for himself as a 2-year-old.
But like you said, we can't overlook My First Fire. You said he was a little bit of a sleeper and extra suds just because Virgil Morgan Jr. is already won 2 of 3 finals that have gone behind the gate tonight.
Well, Brett Miller and Virgil Morgan won the first with Aunt Laura. Brett Miller added a second with LT Loverboy. Virgil Morgan's second came with Odds on Hialeah, and they will try to do it again here in the 3rd. So it looks like the starting gate is starting to roll into position as the horses look like they're turning now to head towards the back stretch.
This race right here will wrap up our freshman Scarlet Championships.
Hoping to get an interview with either Wayne Mass Jr. or Walt Callum, the owners of LT Loverboy, after this race.
And so with that, we can go through very quickly, kind of taking a couple of turns. Rick Wink, of course, our leading point earner. Swingtown was our second. Sippin' on Sea Rock came in 3rd. Extra Suds was our 4th point earner. My First Fire was 5th. Again, our 6-horse our point leader in the 6 did not enter, so we went to our 7th point earner. What You Gonna Do, our 8, Fabio Hanover, and again, House of Brinks was actually our 11th, but he is a scratch.
How do you see it lining up in here, Ashley? I think the 4 is going to be a big part of it. We heard Virgil say in the interview he wants them involved early, so I'm sure Brett is going to go all he can off the gate. I think ultimately it lines up 3-4, but I don't know what those 7 and 8
What about
horses are going to do.
7? Yeah, I mean, he's got a ton of gate speed. We've seen him time and time again. That's how this horse likes to win, but we're not going to pretend that the half-mile track doesn't play a part into it.
I think they're going to have to go around Brett Miller at some point in this mile. I think Brett gets the lead early, and then he'll probably let somebody go, but I don't think he's going to let too many of them.
Do you think, all right, so think about this. Will we have a battle to the lead, and then we'll have somebody else slip through because we'll have a 26 and a piece opening quarter?
I don't know. I can't see the Burke horses getting in, really mixing it up and costing themselves money ultimately. But, I mean, going for $300,000, that's what you're supposed to do as a driver. You're out there to win the race. So, I don't know. This is going to be a tough one.
And it's going to be interesting to see, and Ashley touched on it, some of these horses love to close. And just that, coming around that final turn, we're going to see somebody really put the pedal to the metal. And the gate now starting to roll.
Guess we'll know in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, there are some very nice 2-year-old pacing colts in here. This is going to be a good one.
The interesting thing, and we talked just about the Burke horses here, and you've got some other good ones. In next week, Breeders' Crown eliminations.
Yeah.
I wonder how many of these are eligible, have been nominated into it, and that'll be interesting to see if any of these advance onto there. And then Matt Clark and I will be at the Breeders' Crown following the Ohio horses in 2 weeks. So it'll be interesting to see which ones of those we're going to be talking about in another 2 weeks. So they're set to go. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood.
Scarlet Championship for 2-year-olds tonight. This one for 2-year-old pacing Colt and Gelding. Scarlet Championship, $300,000. Field makes its way behind the starting gate. The field of 7 make the turn. Here they come. They're off and pacing. There goes Rick Wink out looking for the lead. His stablemate Sippin' on Sea-Rock is on the go. And My First Fire toward the inside was able to Fabio Hanover. Extra Suds will get away toward the rear of the field as Swingtown is moving up on his outside. And what you're going to do is the trailer. So they step onto the backstretch and drive to the opening quarter, and here come the Burke Brigade on the outside, Sippin' on Sea-Rock and Swingtown, and Rick Wank, who is away in the front, is back racing in third as they head to the opening quarter mark in 27 and 4. So Swingtown from post 8 to the front, Sippin' on Sea-Rock is the pockets that are a length and a half behind. The favorite is Rick Wink with his undefeated season on the line. He's third and 3 lengths behind, traveling better than My First Fire and 2 clear of Fabio Hanover. Extra Suds second last, and what you gonna do, the trailer behind the Burke trio down to the halfway point. Swingtown on top, Sippin' on Sea-Rock. The pocket sitters a length and a quarter behind. Rick Wink at 3 to 5. Chris Page has a snug hold of him, and he's patient, and the half was quick, 56 seconds. Swingtown continues to lead back into the turn. Sippin' on Sea-Rock, enjoying a good trip there for Yannick. Rick Wink still patient. He hasn't moved off the rail yet with about 2.5 lengths to pick up. Extra Suds is on the outside, marching forward for Miller. He's racing to the outside of My First Fire. Then what you gonna do? And Fabio Hanover paired off at the back as they work up the back stretch and approaching a quarter of a mile left to go. Swingtown still the target. He leads by 2. Sippin' on Sea-Rock is second. Rick Wink is sent to the outside. He needs to do better than that. He's lost ground to his stablemate as they past 3 quarters in 1:24 on their way home. Swingtown with the lead. Then comes Rick Wink. It's Burke domination at the top of the stretch. Swingtown off the turn with the lead here. Sippin' on Sea-Rock on the outside. Swingtown and Sippin' on Sea-Rock tonight for Rick Wink, but it's tonight for Sippin' on Sea-Rock. In front, Swingtown second, Rick Wink third. Burke 1, 2, 3, 151 and 2.
151 and 2, the final, and it was a sweep for the Burke Brigade. Sippin' on Sea-Rock wins. Swingtown second, and Rick Wink finishes third.
I will say, slower than I expected them to go to the opening quarter. I really thought we were marching because the Burke Brigade was not, they were not going to let anybody else rate that mile.
Yeah, not how I saw that lining up at all.
Truly.
At all.
Yannick Gingras picks up his first championship of the night, and Ron Burke gets their first win.
I believe it went 7-8-3. Kind of overlooked Swingtown just because of his post position. Our 3-horse, Rick Wink, did not have what it took when he tried to be first up.
So your winner, Sippin' on Sea Rock, picks up his 6th win of the year, and perfect 3 for 3 when he's in Ohio, having won the 2 legs of the Ohio Sire Stakes, and now adds the championship to his resume. His other wins have come at Lexington.
Really great drive as well. He ended up being right in a pocket, so really, what more could you ask for?
Right there you see him with Mickey Burke, who's out warming up a horse for later on this evening. That is Tennessee Tom that he is warming up right now. So, and coming back to the winner's circle, here comes Yannick Gingras. And Sippin' on Sea Rock went off at 2-1. Morning line 7-2. My First Fire finishes 4th.
Circle now a co-track record here from MGM Northfield Park. The 7, Sippin' on Sea Rock. Bred by Trent Stoller Stables of Indiana and Alicia Marie Binkley of Ohio. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, RAS Racing, and Knox Services. Trained by Ron Burke, Yannick Gingras, the winning driver. 2-year-old bay colt by Down by the Seaside of the Big Bad John Mare, Queen, and M. 6th lifetime win, 151-2 to take the Scarlet Championship. Again, just equaled the track record.
Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, RAS
And the result
Racing,
is official.
and Knox Services. And Chris Breckler with Knox Services, who tries to see all his horses race, is not here tonight. He is in
Trophy
Oregon
presentation
watching
made
the
by the Director of
Buckeyes.
Racing, Dave Bianconi.
Sipping on Sea Rock. Pretty well behaved there in the winner's circle.
Exactly. Knows where he's been.
He didn't really have a whole lot to prove tonight, but he got it done. And really, a lot of those horses that we have just seen race a fantastic mile do deserve a chance at that Breeders' Crown.
We'll wait to get a winner's circle interview. We've got, I believe, Jenna Otten will be doing this one. We'll wait to finish up with the pictures, and then we'll get that interview. Next up after this, we will have the open race, and then we will have a Pace for the Cure women's race. And then we will get to the 3-year-olds.
Got a check in from Inverness, Scotland. One Jay Wolf. It's got to be like 3 or 4 in the morning there right now.
Yeah, probably right around there. No, maybe not that late. I think it's 5
down
hours.
From that 5th race, Fabio Hanover was 7th, My First Fire 4th, Rick Wink 3rd. Extra Suds 5th, What You Gonna Do was 6th, Scratch House of Bricks. Sippin' on Sea Rock, the winner. Swingtown 2nd, 7-4-3-5, 6 Scratch 1-2. The 6th race is next.
So it doesn't.
It's the open.
I'm not sure if we're going to have an interview or not. I don't think so. So we'll take a break here, and then we're going to be joined by Walt Callum of Callum Racing, who had the winner of the 4th LT Loverboy, and we will be back right after this.
Volstead,
Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
It's really up to Ronnie and the whole group, but I know he's got the Breeders' Crown, so hopefully he'll go there, but that's really up to Ronnie and the group.
Talk to us a little bit about your relationship with the Burke Brigade. Clearly, you have plenty of horses in tonight, and you've been a strong supporter of the Ohio racing for quite some time now. How did you get involved with the Burke Brigade?
Well, I'm just fortunate that Mark put me in the whole group, so we just wanted to invest in a few horses, and the next thing you know, we've got 10, 15, 20.
Congratulations. Sippin' on a Sea Rock takes the 2-year-old Colton Gelling Scarlet Championship. Carl, thanks for joining me, and best of luck the rest of the night.
Thank you so much.
So that was Carl Howard down there with Jenna Ott, and joined now by Walt Callum, one of the owners of LT Loverboy. And how nervous were you out there waiting to find out what the officials were going to say?
Oh, my gosh. I replayed a million scenarios, never envisioned that happening.
We talked earlier tonight, you've had Sire Stakes winners before. It's just got to be a thrill every time it happens,
Well, it's the best. It's the best. You know, we go to the sales in the fall, and, you know, that's the goal. You know, we had a great horse 2 years ago and never thought we would ever get back here, but it's been like another dream year.
Now, LT Loverboy has now won 6 of 10 for you. Talk about Darren Harvey. It's his first Sire Stakes win and what he has done with this horse.
Oh, to be honest, I think I'm more happy for Darren than anybody else. You know, Darren has done a great job. I know he hasn't had a lot of stakes winners before, but I mean, this horse has been fantastic from the get-go. And I got to give a lot of credit to my partner, Wayne Mass Jr., who he's at every sale. And, you know, 3 or 4 years ago, we were buying 3 or 4, and now it seems like he's buying them by the dozen. But
how long has the partnership with you and Wayne been together, and how did it begin?
Well, we've been together 20-plus years, and I think the common denominator is Wes Hirschberger. Back in the day, Junior was friends with Wes, and we both owned a couple horses along the way. But it's progressed, and like I said, he does an unbelievable job picking out the babies.
Now, you had another horse in that race, Oh So Fast, who finished third but ended up being placed fifth. Kind of mixed emotions. You got to feel sorry for Oh So Fast. You know, gets lost in the shuffle when you have the winner.
Yeah, I mean, Oh So's been unbelievable too. Scott Cox has done a great job with him. You know, we thought he was going to stay third. But I told Junior, I said, hey, you know, there were 2 decisions to make there, and we got the benefit of the first decision. So, you know, whatever the ruling is, we'll go with it, and we're happy.
Now, I told the story earlier today when we brought you all your trophies. How many trophies you got ordered now for this one?
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to have to get a better cabinet, I think. But it's great. It's a great feeling. And I love looking at the trophies every day.
Well, good. Congratulations. Thanks for stopping by. Go enjoy your evening. So
yeah, thanks very much.
Congratulations. So we'll take a break, and when we be back, we'll talk about the next race coming up. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. I have to laugh. You know, like he said, you know, we got 2 decisions, but we got the one that really mattered. So they were very happy about getting that, and a very happy group of owners and their connections are now heading out, and they're going to celebrate coming home a winner with that. But you know, Ash, you talked about it, how tough it was. 3 chances, 2 of them have now gone by the wayside. Only one more chance at a Triple Crown, and that's
Yep.
Sugar Instead.
And something I should say, well, you brought up Sugar Instead. She just missed it last year, the Triple Crown itself. I believe she was, I have it written down here, she was second in, I think, the Ohio State Fair. She did race all 3 legs last year, but just got beat. It is very difficult. I think there's only 2 horses in the history that OHHA has that have ever gone back-to-back Triple Crowns. It is almost impossible.
Well, we'll see what she can do a little later. Next up, though, we do have the Open Handicap here, and that will be the Open Handicap pace. And we'll have 9 going to the gate. The number 9 horse will start from the second tier, and then after that, it'll be the pace for the Cure with the women drivers, and then we'll get back to our Sire Stakes championships after that. But through the first 4 for the freshmen, we have had some great racing. We really have.
To say the least, we've had a couple of interesting scenarios. I guess we can leave it with just that comment. Frank, should we recap our first 4 races just in case we have some new joiners?
Well, in the first race of the evening tonight, it was the 2-year-old filly trot, and it was Aunt Laura coming home a winner for Brett Miller and Virgil Morgan Jr. And in that race, Brett Miller just took Aunt Laura to the lead and never looked back.
And I believe she went off 15-1. She so far has been our long shot winner of the evening.
Then in the second race, Virgil Morgan Jr. picked up his second championship of the night with Odds On Hialeah, one of the 2 horses that he had on the in that race, and it was Dexter Dunn. And as Dexter Dunn said in his interview, maybe a little too soft in the second quarter where he got pressure, but able to get home Odds On Hialeah. Third race went to the LT Loverboy in the 2-year-old colt trotting division. Again, it was Brett Miller, Darren Harvey, and that was the one we just talked to Walt Callum about. All the excitement. Scrappy's Love coming down the lane, veered out and into LT Loverboy, was taken down, placed second. So LT Loverboy picks up the win and the championship. Their other horse in that race, Oh So Fast, finished third but was on a break crossing the line, so they placed Oh So Fast back into the 5th position. And then in the 2-year-old colt pace, it was Sippin' on Sea Rock, showing why he is a world champion. And now, and I believe, you want to take a quick look at the money, has now earned over $400,000 in 9 races.
And what was he purchased for?
$77,000.
Yeah.
So,
and that's not a small chunk of change.
No, that is not. That's
but still
a good investment. But Sippin' on Sea Rock wins. Burke Brigade went 1, 2, and 3 in that race. Swingtown finished second. Rick Wink, who was going for the Triple Crown, came up third. Was a perfect 8 for 8 going into the race. But stablemate Sippin' on Sea Rock comes home the winner. And as you heard in the interview with Carl Howard at the end, it looks like Sippin' on Sea Rock will head to New York next week to race in the eliminations for the Breeders' Crown. And then depending on what happens there, we'll possibly see him 2 weeks in the Breeders' Crown Finals.
Right. I was about to say, what a show our freshmen gave us. Usually, this could be the end of their freshman season, but it doesn't have to be. There are plenty of Grand Circuit events, some very nice Grand Circuit events coming up.
I wish I would have asked Wayne Mast or Walt Callum what was next for LT Loverboy to see what might be in store.
We've had a disagreement. Does he call him LT Loverboy, or
you
were calling him Lieutenant?
At the beginning, Lieutenant, but it is LT Loverboy.
It is LT.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we have.
And that's one of those things that you kind of you look at these names and you wonder. But I think it was the long time LT, and we've seen a couple other LTs as well. So we went with that's what the announcers are saying. So that's what we're gonna go with. Luckily, though, I don't think we have any other name questions. We've got the rest of tonight as we're getting close to the horses coming out for the post parade. I think they're ready to go for this. The open handicap pace, post positions 1 through 3 were drawn, and then post positions 4 for 9. Let's send it up
birthday,
to
Sophia.
Kenny living good
The
for
one,
the
Big Boss Hill, owned by Amir Najer, trimmed by Paul Holtzman, Justin Irvine pilots. 2, Catch Me Conrad, owned and trained by Greg Cook, David Miller in the sulky. The 3 is Joel Z. Hoover, Austin Hanners pilots for Jessica Milner, Cohen's with Andrew Koblenz. 4, Club Scene, owned by the Sam Bova Racing and Howard Burke, trained by Jody Scalacci, Billy Davis Jr. in the sulky. Yannick Gingras drives the 5, The Real Way, for trainer Randy Bendis, Cohen's with Pollock Racing. 6, Back in My Day, owned by Rebecca Sugg and owner trainer Jessica Rogner using Kurt Sugg. 7, Night Shadow, Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for trainer Ron Burke and the Burke Racing Stable in Weaver Buscemi. Sam Bova Racing's One Last Laugh is the 8, Aaron Merriman drives for Jody Scalacci. And the 9, Cashed Up, Dexter Dunn drives for Randy Bendis and Pollock Racing.
So there you go. There is the field for the Open Handicap Pace, going for a purse of $20,500. Let's tell you a little bit about these 9 horses. The number 1 is Big Boss Hill. Justin Irvine drives for Paul Holtzman. This is a Racing Hill out of the Art Major mare Cosmo Blue. Amir Najer is the owner. 32 starts, 6 wins, 4 seconds, 3/3. Lifetime 25 wins and 133 starts. Has earned $203,000. Was a winner 3 back here at Northfield.
David Miller will drive our 2-horse Catch Me Conrad, trained and owned by Greg Cook. This is an 8-year-old gelding by Tell It Like It Is, a homebred from Michelle Cook of Michigan. He has won 11 starts this year and 37 tries. A total has hit the board 22 times. Frank, we've had an interesting look at this horse all year because he's actually been hopping around the fairs in the Signature Series. His last win came back here at Northfield, however, in a non-winners of 5,000 last 4 starts and 153-3.
The number 3 is Joel C. Hanover. Austin Hanner drives for Jessica Milner. This is a 6-year-old gelding by J.K. End of an Era out of the Cam Luck mare Jan's Luck. Jessica Milner and Andrew Koblenz are the owners. 29 starts this year, has won 7. Has 5 seconds and 3/3. Lifetime earnings $232,000. 17 wins on 107 starts. Was a winner back here in the Open on September 22nd.
Club Scene will be driven by Billy Davis Jr. for trainer Jody Salaki. This is a 4-year-old gelding by American Ideal out of a pro bono best mare on the catwalk, owned by Sam Bova Racing of New York and Howard Berkey of New York as well. Hit the board 10 of 21 tries this season. Last win came back in the Open 2 at Northfield, so we are taking another step up. He has been racing in the Open, but has only notched a couple of checks. Again, last win, the Open 2 in 152-2.
The number 5 is The Real Way. Randy Bendis trains. He'll have Yannick Gingras in the bike. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Down by the Seaside out of Real Diva by Real Desire. Randy Bendis and Pollock Racing are the owners. 23 starts this year, 5 wins, 4 seconds, 4/3. Lifetime 14 wins and 51 starts. Earnings of $317,000. Had a couple of wins, 2 and 3 back. Last time out in the Open, finished 5th.
Back in My Day, driven by Kurt Sugg for Jessica Rogner. 5-year-old gelding by Always Be Mickey out of a Better's Delight mare. Rebecca Sugg of Ohio and Jessica Rogner herself do co-own Back in My Day. Has notched 5 wins, 5 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes this season. Just 2 back here at Northfield in the Open 2. Was a winner in 153-2. Most recently did take that step up into the Open. Still placed second in a nice mile, 153 flat, final quarter, 28-2.
The number 7 is Night Shadow. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Ron Burke. This is a 5-year-old gelding by Shadow Play out of Roll with Joel mare Sexy, and I don't even know what the rest of that one is.
Sexy and I Know It. DV.
Okay, there you go. Okay. 16 starts, 5 wins, $56,000. 4 for 5 hitting the board. It was a winner 3 back.
One last lap will leave from the far outside 8th post position. Aaron Merriman in the bike once again for Jody Sherlacki. This is a 7-year-old gelding by McCardle, owned by Sam Bova Racing of Irving, New York. Has had 3 wins, but 11 second place finishes and an additional 4 third place finishes in 32 seasonal starts. This one does have quite a bit of a harder draw. We've seen him kind of in that mid-tier and on the inside. Recently has had 2 second place finishes in the Open here at Northfield. Last time out, 151-3.
The number 9 is Cashed Up A. Dexter Dunn drives for Randy Bendis, his second entry in this race. This is a 7-year-old gelding by For a Reason out of the Mach 3 mare Laughing Lily. Pollock Racing owns Cashed Up A. 17 starts this year, 5 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Lifetime 21 wins in 94 starts, earnings over $313,000. Last time out in the Open, finished 6th. That was after a 2-week layoff after being scratched sick. So that is the field for our $20,500 Open handicap pace here from MGM Northfield Park.
The 8-horse One Last Laugh is our richest on the card. Lifetime has earned $481,848. Also seems to possibly have the fastest lifetime mark as well. Took his mark at 5 years old, so just a couple of years ago here at Northfield, in 1:49.1. Our next closest is our 7-horse Night Shadow. Took a mark this year at Scioto Downs in 1:49.4.
But you forgot the Real Way, a mark of 149.2 last year.
Yes.
Yannick Gingras. And you have to, like Randy Bendis said, hey, I've got Yannick Gingras coming in. I got Dexter Dunn coming in. I got the Open. I'm going to grab those 2. And that's what he did. He grabbed the 2 of them to drive here in the Open. So he's got Yannick up on the Real Way and Dexter driving Cashed Up A here in the Open pace. So we are getting close to going here in this 6th race on the night. The total card here at Northfield Park we'll have 15 races. The 15th scheduled to go off right about 11:58 is what time I heard they're going to send that one to the gate.
Frank, I'm going to test
your. Gone.
Well, that we should be.
We should be.
But I want to test your memory for a minute. The Real Way, was he not a top sire stake horse at a time?
I don't know.
I remember his name, and of course he's
only 4 years old, so you would think he would remember.
Maybe his freshman year.
See, those are the questions Matt Clark knows and remembers, stuff like that.
Not that one.
Not
you
that
got
one.
me, Ashley.
I do think the Real Way. I remember his name, and I want to say it's because he was a sire stake horse at one time. I want to say maybe his freshman year, a little bit more prominent.
As a 3-year-old, he won $152,000.
All right, so. Maybe that answers.
Yeah, that answers the question there. But you look at this field. Every one of the horses in this field, except the number 4 Club Scene, has earned over $100,000 in their career. The gate is starting to move. The horses are forming up behind the MGM Northfield starting gate. And we will send it up to Kenny Livingood right after this. Here he goes.
Pace. Last chance to wager mid-card, pick 5. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Night Shadows asked for speed off the wings. Josie Hanover toward the inside with Big Boss Hill back in my day. Dives in behind the top quartet as they head into the first turn. Big Boss Hill cuts the corner. Night Shadow 3 wide in the real way. Joins them right between rivals. Josie Hanover came out fourth back in my day. Lands in fifth in front of Catch Me Conrad. Then it's Cashed Up. He's racing toward the rear of the field in front of Club Scene and one last lap. The Scalacci trainees 8th and 9th over to the opening quarter mark behind Night Shadow. Opening quarter, rock solid, 26 and 4. Night Shadow shows the way into the far turn with the real way, pocketed up and a length and a half behind for Yannick. Big Boss Hill in a 3-hole, better than Josie Hanover, tracks next in line, fourth, back in my day, fifth. Catch Me Conrad toward the rear of the field with Cashed Up behind him. Then it's Club Scene and one last lap, still the trailer. Down in front of the stands behind Night Shadow. 6-5 second choice over the favorite, the real way, who is the pocket sitter with Big Boss Hill third, and they're halfway home 55 and 2. No real breather for Night Shadow. Night Shadow leads back into the clubhouse turn. The real way down at the inside. Back in my day is asked to quicken first over. 2.5 behind as Night Shadow and just gave him a couple of taps on the front. Big Boss Hill down in a 3-hole, still races fourth. Catch Me Conrad gap second over cover fifth. Josie Hanover gapping at the rail sixth. Cashed Up. Then Club Scene and one last left. They're still the trailers as they work over a quarter of a mile left to go. And Night Shadow's trying to repel the challenge of Back in My Day. And they're off 3/4 in a blazing 1:23 and 1. On their way home in the open pace, and Night Shadow leads by 2.5. He's getting away from the real way. Big Boss Hill's had a ground-saving journey. Back in My Day is stalled on the outside. They turn for home. Night Shadow off the turn with a 2-length lead. The real way, Big Boss Hill and Back in My Day, but it's Night Shadow in deep stretch for a Burke double. Night Shadow right down the road. Back in My Day does well to be second. Big Boss Hill third. The real way fourth. 1:51 time of the mile.
So the Open goes in 1:51, and coming home to win, Night Shadow with Ronnie Wren Jr., so that gives the Burke Brigade back-to-back wins, and it was all Night Shadow in the Open to win easily by about 3 lengths. Finishing second, it was Back in My Day, and not sure after that. What did you have for the rest of them? Did you?
I believe the real way, but we will, or possibly
Have
the
to
real
wait
way.
for the photo for that, but Night Shadow wins for the 6th time this year in 17 starts.
Frank, to put it into perspective, our age pacers in this Open just went 151 flat. The last race, our 2-year-old colt pacers just went 151 and 2. I hope that puts into perspective what kind of horses that we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah, the definite cream of the crop, and in that race, last race with Sippin' on Sea Rock, just proved why a world record holder took a mark of 148 and 2 at Lexington earlier this year, and we talked about those horses going as fast as they can, but it was a win here for Night Shadow. Back in My Day finished second, and it looks like Big Boss Hill was third, and finishing fourth was the Real Way. So there is your winner. Heading back to the winner's circle, Ronnie Wren Jr. picks up, I believe, his first win of the night.
Stable and Weaver Buscemi, trained by Ron Burke, training double. Ronnie Wren Jr., the winning driver. 5-year-old Big Ellie by Shadow Play, out of the roll with Joe Mayer. Sexy and I Know It DeVee, bred by JMR Racing. Wallace Standard Breds and Barnum of Ontario. 19th lifetime win, 6th this season. Night Shadow, 151 flat.
So there is a nice shot of your winner, Night Shadow, the 5-year-old by Shadow Play, out of the roll with Joe Mayer. Sexy and I Know It, DeVee. So must be a play on something there, naming that horse. Now, when your mom buys horses, does she keep the name or do you guys change it?
We keep the name. Very superstitious. Actually, we just picked up a 2-year-old filly by the name of Muscle Carlos. Does not ring 2-year-old filly. And I looked at Mom and I said, we can rename her. She said, no, we are not. So we keep the names.
Well, what goes into the homebreds? What do you guys do when you name your homebreds? Do you have like a little sit-around party?
Official,
Let's go
7,
for the
6,
official.
1 and 5.
So there it is, 7615, now official.
Back
So
to $36.40. Trifecta $301.80. Pick 3, $36.80. That pick 3 winning combination, 777.
well,
Lucky.
Lucky, 777. Be at the craps table. So what do you guys do to name them at home?
Truthfully, we usually just play off the mare and the stallion. We're very lucky and had a very nice homebred this year that was just named after my dad. So didn't really have a play on either of its parents. But usually we can get a little creative every once in a while. One of my favorites my dad ever named was I Know My Chip. I'm sure we have some listeners that might remember him. I think he's still racing. He's a very nice trotter. And I Know My that was my dad's play. So
There
he was
you
out of
go.
a deep chip colt. So.
All right. So, well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be joined by Nick Clegg, hopefully, who has Janelle Granny. I saw Nick walking around. There he is standing over there. So we'll get Nick in here, talk about Janelle Granny, who will be in the 3-year-old colt pace, comes in as the morning line selection when we return to MGM Northfield Park.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park, joined now by Nick Clegg, and kind of unusual to see you around the track in a sport coat. Didn't even realize you owned one.
Yeah, Betty owns one.
Betty owns one. Let's talk about the 11th race tonight, the 3-year-old colt and gelding pace. You have Janelle Granny going tonight. Tell us a little bit about Janelle Granny.
Well, for starters, it's just cool just being in those races. I mean, to be a part of it is just as cool experience. Janelle Granny. The only thing I can tell you is from day 2, he seems spectacular in the fact that he was very quick, very athletic, loves his job. It doesn't matter if you're walking to the bass stall or going to the track; he has somewhere to go.
Now, this is a horse this year who has won 4 out of 16. $136,000 earned lifetime, though, $366,000. And, following up what Duncan did for you guys with this horse now, it's just been you've been on a nice little stretch.
It's unbelievable. To have Duncan and then, you think that's a fluke or a once in a lifetime, and then for it to happen the next year again is just absolutely remarkable. It's unbelievable.
Now, you do a lot, but the real worker in your organization is your wife, Betty. She just does so much with these horses, training them, doesn't she?
Betty's work ethic is unbelievable. If Nike would hire her, they could fire 37,000 employees, without a doubt.
Talk about the trainer change. You had Janelle Granny. Betty was training him. You decided to send him to Virgil Morgan. What went into that decision and why?
To be honest with you, we were extremely busy with the fairs. And, forget about the horse business being, a sport and what we do or this and that. It's still a business. And I just thought it was the best thing for the animal. We're running around to the fairs. We have 1 million horses. We have a lot going on. And, so I called or I texted Verge and asked him if he would. I noticed he didn't have one for that division. Asked him if he would be interested in taking him, and he was excited as can be, and that kind of pumped me up too. So, and like I say, I mean, I'm not friendly with Verge. It's the first business we ever did. I just thought it was the right thing to do.
Was he surprised to get that text?
Yeah, people dream their whole lives of having a Janelle Granny, let alone handing him over to somebody. But for us, like when we sent Duncan to Scotty D, listen, Betty loves that thing. I mean, she absolutely adores Duncan. So to hand him over to somebody, she wouldn't have just gave him to anyone. And that's, besides the personal note on Janelle Granny, Virgil Morgan's a great horse trainer, and Janelle Granny deserves to be there.
Now you get the rail tonight. Very big, very important to get that rail. How do you think this race plays out?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, I'm a big be fifth first kind of guy. You know what I mean? Like, to us, the money is real. So let's worry about getting a check, so we can afford to pay Virgil for starters. And after that, listen, since Duncan, everything else we've done in the horse business has been 100% gravy.
You can enjoy this sitting there watching. How nervous are you going to be?
I don't get nervous. I'm not a nervous kind of guy or whatever. Duncan, it's funny, every time Duncan races, I'm a nervous wreck. I don't know why. I just, listen, Betty loves that horse so much. But for Janelle Granny, it's almost like letting your child drive your Mercedes. If you have two Mercedes, you don't care that much. You know what I mean?
Well, good luck tonight. Thanks for stopping by, and enjoy the evening.
Thank you. What a wonderful evening to see all these people here.
We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll take a look at the pace for the cure when we come back to MGM Northfield Park.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park as we get set now for the American Cancer Society Pace for the Cure. All female drivers, a purse of $10,000. And these are drivers that we have seen on the Springhaven Lady Driving Series throughout the summer at the fair. Names like Emma Wahlberg, Mary Burkhold, Christina Johnson, who had 2 wins at Delaware this year. Jennifer Main, Emily Hay, Leslie Joyce, Lauren Harmon, Mandy Jones, and Nadine Habke. It's great to see the women getting their due. Did you ever think about driving?
Oh, you ask me this all the time.
But
I have the utmost respect for these women specifically because it's not an easy game in any capacity. For myself, there was a little bit of an itch. My mom killed that pretty quick.
Well, you could start now.
Go tell my mom that.
Okay, I will.
No, truthfully, Frank, there was a point in time I wanted to train horses before anything else. So.
Well, maybe we'll get you behind one just one time in an amateur race. Get you.
There was a point, Jeff Ninesonger, I can't remember. I almost asked him the other day at Lancaster. He told me a story. He's like, if you ever want to, I'll put you up on something. And I'm going to take Jeff up, right? There was a young woman he put up behind 2 horses. She's only ever driven twice in her life, won both starts, and said, you know what? I'm batting pretty good. I'm bowing out. And she's never started again.
Yeah, Stacy.
Was it?
Yeah, it was Stacy.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I'm almost sure it was Jeff's wife, yeah. In fact, I did some research on that last year, and I was talking to Bill Peters, who was, he's very influential in that whole spring ladies driving pace, and was, we were going back and forth on who had won the first championship and some stuff, and in the research I had seen that. So let's go and take a look at the post parade for the Pace for the Cure.
The horses are making their way to the track for the 7th race. It's the American Cancer Society Pace for the Cure. Every horse will be driven by a female driver. The 1 from Ashes to Ashes. Emma Wahlberg is driving for Jessica Milner, co-owns with Frederick Peters Sr. The 2 is In His Time, owned and trained by Betty Clegg with the services of Mary Burkhold. Christina Johnson, the defending champion, drives the 3 My Frisky Boy for owner-trainer Elson Miller. 4 Blue Spanx, owned by Joseph Boza, trained by Keith Cash Jr. and Nadine Habke. Between the wheels. A special happy birthday to the driver of the 5, Headbanger. Jennifer Main celebrates a birthday here. She drives for trainer Greg Bateson and the Hater Stables. The 6 is Remembering Shorty, owned and trained by Bill Rhodes. Emily Hay has the lines. 7, This Jet's a Bookin', owned and trained by Tommy Vosick using Leslie Joyce. Lauren Harmon drives the 8, Brady DeGronk for trainer Eddie Miller, owner Ashley Dunn. And the 9, St. Lad's Thriller, owned by Betty Clegg, trained by Bill Rhodes. Mandy Jones has the lines.
So let's take a look at this field for the pace for the cure. The number 1 is From Ashes to Ashes, and Emma Wahlberg drives for Jessica Milner. 35 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, 5 thirds. Has earned $24,848 this year. Owned by Jessica Milner, and Frederick Peters Sr. was a winner 4 back at Northfield.
Mary Burkhold will drive our 2 in his time. Trained and owned by Betty Clegg, a 3-year-old gelding by Fear the Dragon. We have seen him a lot at the Ohio County Fairs. 28 seasonal starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds, and 8 third-place finishes. His last win did come back at a fair at Worcester in 2:03-1. However, shows a mile on our lines and 1:56-1.
The number 3 is My Frisky Boy. Christina Johnson drives for Elson Miller. This is an 11-year-old gelding by Feelin' Frisky out of SF Misty by Turbo Twin. Couple of wins this year. Lifetime 50 wins, 319 starts, earnings over $300,000. Christina had 2 wins at Delaware. My Frisky Boy was a winner 4 back at Running Aces.
I'm just pointing out Best Dressed Award. I think it has to go to the 1.
Well, they do get them all dolled up in pink right now, and you saw the one there, and we'll have to see what the other ones look like as well.
On our 4-horse, we have Nadine Habke, Blue Spanx for Keith Cash Jr. This is a 13-year-old gelding by Santana Blue Chip. Lifetime 43 wins, 53 seconds, and 64 third-place finishes. Most recently, right here at Northfield, was in a non-winners of 2,500 last 4, had a third-place finish and 155 flat. Lifetime has made over $360,000.
The number 5 is Headbanger. Jennifer Main celebrating a birthday today. Drives for Greg Bateson, owned by the Haters Stable. This is an 8-year-old gelding by a Rock and Roll Dance out of the Keystone Raider mare. Raiders favorite, 8 starts. Still looking for the first win of the year. It does have 18 lifetime wins, and Jennifer has driven this horse a number of times in free-for-alls at the fairs.
Emily Hay will drive our 6, Remembering Shorty. Bill Rhodes owns and trains a 7-year-old gelding by Sports Rider. He is looking to go 3 in a row. Right here at Northfield, the last 2 starts, he's been a winner in the 5,000 claimer. Timed the faster mile, actually his last start out in 1:54-3. He's hit the board 6 times in 25 starts just this season. Lifetime, however, has made over $106,000.
The number 7 is This Jet's a Bookin'. Leslie Joyce drives for Tommy Vosick. This is a 12-year-old gelding by Jeremy's Jet out of Standing Still by Stand Forever. Tommy Vosick owns 19 starts this year, a win. Lifetime 43 wins and 274 starts.
Our 8-horse, Brady to Gronk. Lauren Harmon will be in the bike for Edward Miller. 6-year-old gelding by Western Maverick is owned by Ashley Dunn of Pollock, Ohio. Just 1 single win on the season, however, has notched 7 seconds and 4 third-place finishes. Most recently at Northfield, last start out had a 2nd-place finish in the non-winners of 2,500 last 4. Timed that mile in 1:54-2. Final quarter 28-3.
The number 9 is St. Lad's Thriller. Mandy Jones drives for Bill Rhodes. This is an 8-year-old Mach 3 gelding out of the Cam Luck mare Warweek Cammy. Betty Jo Clegg of Northfield is the owner. 16 starts, 4 wins. Has hit the board in 5 of the last 6, winning 3 of those. The last time it was a winner was back on September 9th here at Northfield in a non-winner of 3,500. And there you can see some of the different pink lines, pink harnesses that the trainers and grooms have dressed some of the horses up with. Matt said the best dressed is the number 1.
The 4 is a very close second. The 8 looked really good too. The 7, there's a few of them that went all out for this.
So we'll have to. There's the 8's got some nice looking lines.
Let's talk about Lauren Harmon. Only 24 years old. She's the real deal, Frank. She really is. She's both has, here, I've got it
She just won a big race down in Lexington
she sure did.
last week, I think it was.
She sure did. She has both been a driver and a trainer. She started driving in 2018. She has had 414 starts as a driver, 40 wins to make over $327,000. Lauren drives in more than just the ladies. We tend to see our girls kind of stick together, but there's a handful of our drivers here that branch out and will drive just any race, and I love to see that.
So getting set for the pace for the Cure. Purse of $10,000. In fact, there is the number one. Looks like it's wearing a tutu.
Yeah.
Somebody pointed that out on our comments. It looks like a tutu, and it does.
I think our one horse gets the award.
Well, I want to welcome all our viewers in Sweden who are watching today, who are watching Emma Wahlberg drive, who's from there, and they got a big weekend of harness racing going on over in Sweden as well. So we'll see if Emma can bring home the tutu-wearing number one from Ashes to Ashes.
Like you had mentioned, a lot of these ladies see each other, especially all summer long at our Springhaven Farms Ladies Series. However, do you want to point out Nadine Habke, this is her only drive of the year. Her last couple of years, she only drives once, and I'm going to assume it's for this race here specifically. She has not started at all. But to go back, Christina Johnson, who is driving our 3-horse, recently just won that Springhaven Farms Championship for 2024. Mandy Jones finished second. Leslie Joyce was third, Lauren Harmon fourth, and Emma Wahlberg did round out the top 5.
That was the race that they held at Delaware this year for that championship. There's a look at the number 6, remembering Shorty. Emily Hay driving for Bill Rhodes has hit the board in 3 of the last 4, winning the last 2.
Roger Houston always makes sure to point out the ladies give us the best race of the night when we're at our county fairs.
Well, I did a story in the Buckeye Harness Horseman magazine about the lady drivers last year, and to a T, they say it's all go out there. It's there's trash talking. They're all friends when it's said and done, but they're all out there to win, and that's what they want to do. And it is some of the best racing you'll see.
I think it was Roger Houston. He made a comment once at one of our fairs, but he said the ladies will park out their grandma. They don't care.
Want to wish Roger best wishes. Roger, he posts everything on Facebook, and he was having some medical issues, but doing well, back home now, resting, and I think Roger's going to be back in Ohio next week. He's going to be calling races.
Oh, goodness.
I think at Dayton is what he told me, but I want to send along wishes to Roger, who I am sure is watching this evening. So they are behind the starting gate. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood.
Here they come. On a run is the 1 from Ashes to Ashes. Rest of the field off and pacing my Frisky Boy. Heads out looking for the early lead. Blue Spanx is able to drop right down to the pylons as remembering Shorty was on the go into the top flight. Racing up to be third outside of Headbanger. Comes out racing in fourth in his time. Racing from fifth, St. Lad's Thriller from the second tier. Got away in sixth with From Ashes to Ashes. The 2 back markers are This Jet's a Bookin' and Brady to Gronk. Across the backstretch, they drive to the opening quarter. My Frisky Boy on top for Christina Johnson with Blue Spanx in that pocket spot after a 28-2 opening quarter. Headbanger races inside of a parked Remembering Shorty who can't find a pylon. It's a gap of 4 to In His Time who occupies the 5th spot. St. Lad's Thriller is next, then From Ashes to Ashes, who's toward the rear of the field with This Jet's a Bookin' and Brady to Gronk behind him. So they bend down by us with just over one circuit to go in the American Cancer Society. Pace for the Cure and My Frisky Boy and Christina Johnson, the defending champion out front, pressured by Remembering Shorty, who goes a tough mile as they're halfway home in 58 seconds. Blue Spank saving every inch of ground. Headbangers next. St. Lad's Thriller steps off the rail. Down on the outside of In His Time, who's bottled up and buried from Ashes to Ashes, vacates the rail with This Jet's a Bookin', and Brady to Gronk has been the trailer, and there's 3/8 of a mile to go. My Frisky Boy leads by 2. Blue Spanks has to keep up from the pocket. Headbanger trying to slide up into third inside of Remembering Shorty. St. Lad's Thriller still with 7 to pick up from Ashes to Ashes, 3 wide. In His Time saving ground 3/4, 1:26 and 2. They step on the gas and head for the final turn. My Frisky Boy with the advantage. Blue Spanks, Christina Johnson, Nadine Hapke, they're 1-2 again. It's last year's Pace for the Cure all over again with an 1/8 to go. Headbanger slides through to be third. They turn for home. My Frisky Boy trying to see it through. Blue Spanks pops out of the pocket trying to get to My Frisky Boy, who's still there. Blue Spanks on the outside's trying hard, but he's out of time. Christina Nadine 1-2, My Frisky Boy over Blue Spanks. Then the birthday girl Jennifer Main with Headbanger in 1:56 and 2.
So back to back, Pace for the Cure wins for Christina Johnson. Does it this year with My Frisky Boy. Got to the lead and hung on, and Nadine Hapke with Blue Spanks made a charge at the end, but just ran out of racetrack, and Jennifer Main finishes third with Headbanger.
Blue Spanks, his saddle pad was trying really hard to come off.
So there is your winner, and the pink wraps are on, the pink hood, the pink harness. So played the part and gets the win.
Can see her face right there.
Big smile for Christina Johnson, who picks up her 10th win in 34 drives this summer, or this year.
Not sure if we mentioned it before we went to post, Frank, but this group of horses was a non-winners of $30,000 this year in 2024. These ladies did not draw their horses. They came in and entered into the box, knowing, really bringing their own to the table.
So we'll get the official
3,
rundown.
4, 5, 2 is unofficial. All tickets, as the judges are going to post a general inquiry. We're going to take a look at the start of that. So 3, 4, 5, 2 is unofficial with the inquiry sign posted.
Start was a little bit shaky. The 1 and the 2 kind of looked like they got together a little bit. The 2 got away, and then the 1 kind of
did make a break.
So we'll take a quick look at as they said, general inquiry.
Looks like Christina is very slowly making her way, making
around.
sure, yeah.
So as Ashley said, these were non-winners of $30,000 in 2024. But you did have one. This Jet's a Booking has earned over $500,000. 2 of them, My Frisky Boy and Blue Spanks, the first and second place finishers, earned over $300,000 in their career. And then 4 others have earned over $100,000.
I wonder how Nadine is feeling. She has been second in the last 2 pacing for the Cures. Wonder if she's pretty content with that because she only drives once a year, or she's like, man, can I get notch that win?
Being out there, she's a competitor, so she was probably, wish she had, another 30 yards of racetrack maybe where she could have been able to get up and get the win and reel in Christina Johnson. But 156 and 2. My Frisky Boy has a lifetime mark of 152 and 4. Took that 2 years ago as a 9-year-old over at the Meadows. And And here comes Christina Johnson finally making her way to the winner's circle. Where My Frisky Boy will be going for the third time this year.
It was a pretty nice little purse this group of horses were going for, $10,000.
Don't forget, we will be back here at MGM Northfield Park next Saturday
Ladies and gentlemen,
night
your
as well.
attention, please. Number 9, St. Lad's Thriller, was interfered with before the start and did not receive a fair start and has been scratched from the wagering, and thus all wagers on number 9, St. Lad's Thriller, are a refund. If you had the 9 St. Lad's Thriller, you have been refunded, as the St. Lad's Thriller did not receive a fair start in the wagering.
So the number 9 starting from the second tier behind the number 1 who made the break and was the race favorite on the morning line at 2-1. We'll have all the tickets refunded.
Back into the winner's circle for the second consecutive year. The same connections. It's the 3, My Frisky Boy, owned and trained by Elson Miller. Christina Johnson, the winning driver. 11-year-old big, only by Feelin' Frisky, out of the Turbo Twin Mare SF Misty, bred by Alvin Schwartz of Indiana, 51st lifetime win, 3rd this season, My Frisky Boy. The results are official. Again, number 9, St. Lad's Thriller, has been declared a non-starter, and refunds are available.
That's what they were doing. They were waiting for all the women drivers to come around so they could get the picture of all of them.
Do we have an interview on the run sheet?
Let's see. I don't know if they do or not. Matt, are they doing an interview out there with the winner? We're checking to see, and if they do, we'll stick around and get the interview with the winning driver.
Let's give it up for all our female drivers in the winner's circle.
Yep. Looks like they're going to do a...
It does say a post-race interview on camera.
All right. So we will keep it here and get the post-race interview for the...
Let's talk about this, too. We go 3, 4, 5 across the wire. I think our 5-horse went off at 55-1.
Wow.
85.
85-1. Oh. So it looks like waiting to get a picture of
Let's
all
send
the
it down
drivers.
into the winner's
Let's
circle.
go
Jess
down
Otten standing
to
by
Jess
with one
Otten.
of our female drivers.
Thanks, Kenny. The American Cancer Society Pace for the Cure is in the books. I have Leslie Joyce here joining me. What's it like to participate in these races, year after year?
Well, this is my first year. I literally just got my license last week.
Oh, didn't you participate in Delaware?
Yeah, I've been doing the fairs for 2 years, but I have not drove out the track yet.
So a nice get going to it, I guess you could say.
For sure, for sure.
All right, well, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll bring in a fellow Michigander, Lauren Harmon. Lauren, you travel all over, I feel like, to drive. You're here, you're at the Meadows, you're in Lexington whooping some butt. What's it like?
Oh, it's always fun. I'm always happy to get the opportunity to go everywhere, and I enjoy getting to go to different tracks and driving different styles.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring in Emily Hay. Good seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while. What's it like to drive in these year after year? I know you've been a big promoter of this at the fair circuit as well.
It's really fun, and I like that Northfield Park does it, and they always make us feel special. Thanks to Bill Rhodes, Keith Cash, some of them that are always putting horses in for us. Bill, my horse, was not lazy. He was really good.
All right, there you go. Good performance. We'll bring in Mary Burkholder. You pick up a 4th place finish here tonight.
Yes, he was a nice little horse. He was doing all he could.
Yes, he was. What's it like to participate and be involved with this all the time?
It's a lot of fun to keep coming up here. I like the race on the half, and it's an exciting race. Everybody looks forward to it, so we were glad you all had us back.
Well, thanks for coming, and nice job.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring in Mandy Jones, a familiar face to the ladies' pace races. Tell us what you like about this.
I like that we get all the girls involved. We're not behind the scenes, and it kind of puts us in the spotlight for once.
Well, thanks for joining us tonight, and we'll see you back.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Jennifer Main.
Thank you very much.
And you were able to pick up a 3rd place finish in there.
I did.
And walk us through the trip. And, you're newer to the driving colony.
Yeah, I've been doing it for I think 4 years now. Headbanger's a super nice horse to drive, and we just floated out of there, and next thing I knew, we were in the 3-hole. So it worked out pretty good. I had no intentions of leaving, but worked out.
It worked out that way. Well, go enjoy your birthday. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring in Emma Wahlberg. Unfortunately, it didn't work out quite well for you tonight, making a break behind the gate. But you're another one who's kind of driven in these ladies' races over the past couple of years. What do you like about it?
Just honestly, all summer we either ship around the fairs, and it's just always a lot of fun, and usually some nice old horses, and it's always fun to drive them, so I love it.
Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring in back-to-back winners, Chris and Gino Johnson. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Walk us through the race here tonight. My Frisky Boy, 12-1 on the morning line. They knew you had it going tonight.
I don't know. Actually, I listened to you, and I think you had me picked for third, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't, actually, but I did talk about you. No, I didn't. But you were making your third start off the bench, and I thought that was key for this horse tonight. Walk us through the trip.
What did you say? Oh, walking through the... I thought you said something else, and I was like, well, the horse shows being good on the fronts, and I put him up on the gate, and let him come right out of there. He had no problem coming out, didn't need no help from me at all. And once I got him settled in, we just rolled on, and then I kicked the plugs coming out of the paddock turn there, and just kept him up on the bit, and he just kept on pacing.
But paced well, coming home with a nice sharp horse on your back. Back-to-back years in this event, and you won the ladies' pace at Delaware. You're becoming a main face in this.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I try hard.
Well, congratulations. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And another one we do want to mention as well, our outrider Nadine, who wasn't able to come up and join us. We want to congratulate her on her second place finish and for keeping all of our horses and horsemen safe on the racetrack each and every night. Thank you to everybody who came out and participated tonight.
So there you have it, interviews with all but Nadine, who is our outrider tonight. So she's heading back to get ready to go for the next race, which will be the 3-year-old filly trot. That's a weird-looking graphic.
Yeah, I think their graphics computer probably crashed. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's.
We're taking a step back in the old days.
Reminds me of like Raceway Park growing up,
Well, we are getting ready for the 3-year-old filly trotters up next here at MGM Northfield Park, and they had up that it was just a minute or two to post time, and so rather than send it to commercial and rush back, we're going to keep it here until the race, and then we can pick it up from there. But this is, we've talked about it, the third chance now for a Triple Crown, and it's going to be up to Sugar Instead to try to do it.
It is down to this. She just missed it last year, so hopefully she can redeem herself. That doesn't feel right saying Sugar Instead has to redeem herself. But, Frank, I do want to mention 6 of the 8 entered into this race have not won a sire stake leg. How do you?
We've only had, one division for 4 of them, and the one time we had 2 divisions, Jurassic Hattie and Sugar Instead, each won one of those, and they are the only 2 that have won any of the legs of the sire stakes.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. How do you win a sire stake when you have the powerhouse that is Sugar Instead and Jurassic Hattie? Jurassic Hattie tends to be overlooked because she is grouped with Sugar Instead so often, but she is such a nice filly, all in her own right. Of course, we'll go more into detail as we introduce the entire field, but I don't know. I mean, Sugar Instead did win the final last year. Did not notch that Triple Crown, but she did win the final last year. I hope she can get it today, just because we've had 3 chances. Can't we? Is third time a charm?
I don't know, but this kicks off, too, the chance for each of our 2-year-old winners from last year to try to repeat and do it again. And Sugar Instead is the one. Jurassic Hattie finished second in points this year, and trained by Eric Nesselrode. So we will be getting ready, and it's saying 0 minutes to post, so it's just kind of waiting to see how long before they do make their way out of the paddock and we get set to go with this race. But when you take a look at the points, it was all Sugar Instead and Jurassic Hattie, and 204 for Sugar Instead, 155 for Jurassic Hattie, and then it went all the way back to Roxana with 54 points. Butter and Syrup, the top 8 though, did all enter in this race.
Sugar Instead is looking to go 12 in a row undefeated for this season. We should mention, Frank, she did not start in the first leg of the Sire Stakes. She is 4 for 4, and though she has entered, of course we have 5 legs across the board, but she chose to bow out of that first leg and actually dropped down to the Buckeye Stallion
Raced
Series.
in the Buckeye Stallion Series in that first race. I was looking over at Dick McClellan, who is married to Joyce McClellan, the owner, and I looked at him and gave him a thumbs up, and he kind of tapped his chest like the heart was beating. So co-owned by Larry Wills of Columbus, and as we said, Sugar Instead just had that magical year last year, went to the Breeders' Crown, and and Virgil Morgan to this day said she had a lot of trot, but just made that break, the first time she had ever made a break, coming around the final turn, and who knows what might have happened. So
Sugar Instead was originally $11,000 purchase out of the Blooded Horse Cell. Did not start in the Virgil Morgan Jr. barn. Actually started with Ron Gillespie. Talk about a deal. $11,000. She has now turned that into, before tonight has turned that into $716,000 in just 2 years of racing.
And was featured in our freshman focus that we did with Roger, that Roger Houston does with us at the beginning of the year, taking a look at all the 2-year-olds. We went over to Zanesville and featured some of Ronnie's horses as they get set to come out on the track. Let's send it up for the post parade.
We are only halfway done with this Sire Stakes Scarlet Championship evening. It's time for the 3-year-olds. $20,000 guaranteed in this $1 pick 4. The 1 Jurassic Hattie, owned by Jerry Welch, trained by Eric Nesselrode. Tyler Smith drives. This is a homebred for Jerry Welch. 2 Midnight Nolan, the Walski Stables own. Dan Walski, the trainer. Luke Ebersol, the pilot. Dan Noble is going to sit behind the 3, Create a Queen, for Robert and Linda Stewart, trained by Bob Stewart. And this is a homebred for the owners from Kentucky. And number 2, Midnight Nolan, also wanted to mention, bred by Randy Wilt. Coming to the track next, with a perfect 11 for 11 season, and the 2-year-old Sire Stakes champion from a season ago. She also looks to become an Ohio Triple Crown winner. The 4, Sugar Instead, bred by Elmer Miller of Indiana, owned by Joyce McClellan and Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Brett Miller drives. State Fair win, Ohio Breeders' Championship win, and if she caps it off tonight, she claims the Ohio Triple Crown. Sugar Instead, the 4. The 5 is Marion Beachy, bred from Ohio. I Am Independent, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services. Ron Burke, the trainer. Chris Page in the sulky. On track next, the 6, Roxana. Aaron Merriman in the sulky for trainer Chris Beaver, who co-owns with Sandra Burnett, who's the breeder for this homebred daughter of What the Hill, Roxana. Number 7 is the Dark Horse Farms Butter and Syrup. Chris Lem's driving for trainer Scott Cox, was bred in Illinois by the Heritage Standard Breds. Comes off a win right here at Northfield just 10 days ago. And the 8 Legacy Affair, owned by John Duke Suggs, Stephen Maas, and Michael Lee. Bred by James Bellasack and Robert Carson of Ohio. She's trained by John Duke Sugg. Ronnie Wren Jr. has the lines.
So there is a look at the 8 for the 3-year-old filly trot Scarlet Championship here tonight. Let's take a look at these horses. The number 1, Jurassic Hattie. Tyler Smith drives for Eric Nesselrode. This filly is by Volstead out of the striking Sabra mare High Gear Sabra. Jerry Welch owns and bred Jurassic Hattie. 12 starts, 5 wins, 4 seconds, earnings of $239,000 this year. Lifetime 9 for 19 with a bankroll of $366,864. Was second 2 races ago in the Ohio Breeders' Championship to Sugar Instead, and the last 5 times these horses have met, it has been Sugar Instead the winner.
Midnight Nolan will lead from the second post position. Luke Ebersol in the bike for Dan Walski. Walski Stables of Pennsylvania does own this 3-year-old filly by Uncle Peter. She was a winner just 2 back at the Meadows and won 55-2 final quarter and 28-4. 13 seasonal starts, 3 wins and 2 third-place finishes. Lifetime has made $70,000.
The number 3 is Create a Queen. Dan Noble will drive for Bob Stewart. This is a homebred for Robert and Linda Stewart. This filly is by Creatine out of the Muscle Hill mare. Hear Ya All Highness. 11 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds this year. Earnings of $59,980.
And of course, our 4-horse, the Triple Crown Potential, comes with Sugar Instead. Brett Miller in the bike for Virgil Morgan Jr. She was a winner last year. Not a whole lot to say because she's looking to go 12 in a row. This filly is just undeniable. She's by Volstead, owned by Joyce McClellan and Larry Wills of Ohio. Has a lifetime mark earlier this year at Scioto Downs in 152-4. The only time Jurassic Hattie has beat Sugar Instead, I believe, was in the Next Generation.
That was last year. The number 5 is I Am Independent. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. They will look for their second, or Ron Burke will look for his second Sire Stakes championship tonight. 15 starts, 2 wins, a second and 2 thirds. This filly is by Triumphant Caviar out of the Andover Hall mare Can't Get Over You. Burke Racing Stables, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services are the owners. Was a winner 3 back at Scioto Downs.
Roxana will lead from the 6th post position. Aaron Merriman in the bike for Chris Beaver. Beaver does co-own this 3-year-old filly by What the Hill alongside Sandra Burnett of Wilmington, Ohio. She has not won any this year, or actually hasn't placed second, but she has notched 5 third-place finishes. Did come a few back right here at Northfield and the Ohio Sire Stake leg in August 21st, 156-3.
The number 7 is Butter and Syrup. Chris Lems drives for Scott Cox. This is an Uncle Peter out of Easy Money by Muscles Yankee. Dark Horse Farms of Vienna is the owner. 15 starts, 3 wins, 4 seconds, 2 thirds, just under $87,000 in earnings. Was a winner last time out at Northfield, and with that win went over the $100,000 in lifetime earnings.
Rounding out the field, our 8-horse Legacy Affair. Ronnie Wren Jr. in the bike for Duke Sugg. John Duke Sugg does co-own alongside Stephen Mass and Michael Lee at Rudolph, Ohio. This filly is by Long Tom. She's coming right off of a win here at Northfield. Non-winners of 6,500 last 4 and 156-4. Should mention a lifetime mark. Came at Scioto earlier this year and 153 flat.
That was Mike Lee that I was just talking to, the walk behind me. The half-sister Creatine half-sister just raced in the second race and finished 5th. So awful nice broodmare there, I'd say. The
I
2
would
and the
say.
3-year-old both made the final. Mike Lee from Rudolph, Ohio, that's by Bowling Green. He helps me out a ton at the Bowling Green County Fair. Him and Steve Bates, and I believe that's the town Steve's from, right, too, Rudolph, Ohio?
Yep, and believe me, we need all the help we can get at that.
100%, yes, very much appreciated. So,
last year it was Rose Run Yolanda, the 3-year-old filly trotting champ. The record for the Sire Stakes, Herculesa, 2021, set the record here at Northfield Park, 152-3 in that race.
It's possible Brett Miller and Virgil Morgan Jr. are looking for their third of the night in the Sire Stakes.
They could team up again to get the third. We are heading behind the gate. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood.
Field of 8 swinging to the stretch. Here they come. They're off and a trotting. Sugar Instead down the center. Jurassic Hattie, Create Queen, and Midnight Nolan, they're all pushing forward, and so was Legacy Affair. Ronnie Wren Jr. guiding that one down to the pylons, hunting a good early spot as they head around this opening turn and head to the backside. Jurassic Hattie from the rails going to cut the mile early on. Midnight Nolan came out second. There's Sugar Instead. She's on the outside, and she's making a delayed move toward the front up into third. Create a Queen comes out racing forward. Legacy Affair finds a nice tracking spot in fifth. Better than I Am Independent sixth. Roxana second last. And the trailer Butter and Syrup. And they crawled the opening quarter 29-1. And Sugar Instead did not have to work that hard to make the front now at 1-9. With the perfect season on the line. Sugar Instead out front. Jurassic Hattie in the pocket. Create a Queen first up for Noble. Outside of Midnight Nolan, who's going to be pinned in. Legacy Affair is going to pick up the cover as Noble's moving quickly with Create a Queen. He wants to pick up this tempo as they come to the halfway point. So Create a Queen just took over, but she's on the outside, and the half was up in 58-4, trying to clear Sugar Instead into the payoff half. Sugar Instead cuts the corner. Create a Queen just put in some steps and made a break. Create a Queen is off stride, so that leaves Legacy Affair uncovered as Jurassic Hattie continues to track from a pocket spot down at the inside. Midnight Nolan. I Am Independent gets a second over toe. Roxana's shuffled all the way back toward last, and Butter and Syrup moves up outside of her. So they work over to a quarter of a mile left to go. It's been all Sugar Instead since the quarter. Brett Miller gets after her now to finish this one up as she leads into the far turn. Legacy Affairs gotten to her wheel. Jurassic Hattie is locked in. She's had no place to trot. Then it's Midnight Nolan inside of I Am Independent with Roxana. There's an eighth of a mile left to go. Sugar Instead. She's not home yet. Jurassic Hattie hunts the passing lane and they turn for home. Sugar Instead. Jurassic Hattie down at the inside. Legacy Affair and I Am Independent. Sugar Instead almost there. Sugar Instead is unbeatable. 2-year-old champ wins it again. Ohio Triple Crown to Sugar Instead in 155-2. Jurassic Hattie was second.
Very easy mile for Sugar Instead.
You know, it was a very easy mile, and as you watched the race, you know, you wondered if they kept coming after her, and she just kind of just said, okay, I'll get rid of you, I'll get rid of you, I'll get rid of you, and just, it was like Brett Miller knew exactly what he had the entire race.
It's like she almost didn't even try to pick them off. 155-2, an opening quarter in 29-1. When I knew Brett wasn't going to make the front exactly like he wanted to, and I was hoping he did get parked out, and it did not fall in that direction. I was a little worried. I shouldn't have been. 29-1 for these fillies. That really is crawling, as Kenny said.
Yeah, that was a very slow opening quarter, but we have a Triple Crown winner in Sugar Instead. The 1-9 favorite comes home. She is now a perfect 12 for 12 this year. Lifetime 19 for 23, and has now raised her earnings to over $856,000.
What a phenomenal filly. She leaves no room for questioning who is the top 3-year-old filly trotter in Ohio.
Now, and she's going to get the chance to prove that she's one of the top 3-year-old trotting fillies in the country and in North America coming up in 2 weeks at the Breeders' Crown. And here comes Brett Miller back along. His 3rd win tonight. Virgil Morgan with 3 championships tonight.
I'm going to need a wine rack over here if they keep it up. All these winners get a bottle of wine and a blanket.
Taking 2 bottles of wine.
Yeah. They're piling up over here. I'm holding on to them for the Virgil crew.
But if they don't come, which blanket do you want?
Well,
which one do you
kinda
want?
like that. I want sugar instead.
I'm worried about the bottle of wine. Which bottle of wine do you want?
See, Matt and I are sitting here thinking which blanket we'd like to take, and you want the wine. Let's go down to the winner's circle.
Returning back here to the winner's circle, a very familiar face to the winner's circle, as this is her 19th lifetime win, 12th this season. She's 12 for 12 this year. She's now a 2-time Sire Stakes champion. She takes it as a freshman and now as a sophomore. Sugar Instead, bred by Elmer Miller of Indiana. Was owned by Joyce McClellan and Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller, the winning driver. Brett Miller has 3 Sire Stakes wins on the program. Virgil has 3 training Sire Stakes wins. Into the winner's circle, the 4, Sugar Instead, as she caps off a 12 for 12 season and claims Ohio's Triple Crown.
There she is, your winner, a happy group. Joyce McClellan, the owner, along with Larry Wills.
3rd time was a charm. We do have that Triple Crown winner. Not to be taken lightly.
A perfect 12 for 12. Just, I mean, so hard to be perfect, and she really has been.
Longtime Ohio Fair clerk, of course, Deb Rush, made the trophy presentation to Sugar Instead.
We're going to try to get either Larry or Dick McClellan over here to talk about how special this horse is. It looks like they're going to grab Dick McClellan, so we'll try to grab Larry if they do that. But Virgil
These results
Morgan
are
now.
official: 4-1, 8-2.
So it was Legacy Affair finishing 3rd, Midnight Nolan finishing 4th.
Send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by.
Thanks so much, Kenny. In the winner's circle with winning owner Dick McClellan. And let's talk about the night you have had so far. This is your 2nd Ohio Sire Stakes championship. Congratulations.
Big night for Northfield. Big night for the Ohio Sire Stakes. Big night for my wife, Joyce.
Now let's talk a little bit about Sugar Instead. It's hard to argue with perfection. Now 12 for 12 this year. And it's hard to believe, considering she made $373,000 last year. Maybe she's a lot better this year.
You know, what do you say? Every time I think, well, I don't know if she can do it again. And she just does it again. Tonight they tried her. And they tried her a lot.
Yeah, tonight she had to work hard. Obviously, the fractions were really soft up top, but Brett and his connections did a great job. What does this horse mean to you and all the connections?
She's a very nice horse. I got a really great partner. He puts up with me a lot, and we've had a great season with her.
Have you talked to Virgil at all? Maybe Breeders' Crown? What are we looking forward to for her?
Well, we are going to as best I know, we're going to the Breeders' Crown.
Awesome, awesome news. Well, congratulations, Dick. Go celebrate with your entire crew.
Thank you very much.
Kenny, back to you.
As the results are official, it's great to hear that we'll see Sugar Instead, hopefully heading to the Meadowlands for the Breeders' Crown with her perfect season on the line. She has been sensational for the connections.
Sugar Instead. What a phenomenal filly. 155 in 2 Jurassic County does end up 2nd.
So we got Larry Wills is going to make his way over here shortly.
With that, Frank, we are official with the 8th.
So not sure if we had a total rundown or not. But your winner is Sugar Instead, second Jurassic Hattie, third Legacy Affair, and finishing fourth Midnight Nolan. So did you get another blanket though?
And 4 more bottles
And
of
4
wine.
bottles.
Apparently, McClellan's just left them lay out there, so Amy brought them all over. We're close to having a full case at this point.
Oh.
They wisely have not handed me any of the purse checks to hold on to. You might not see me again.
Well, if it happens, we've got a box we can load all the wine in, and we'll drop it off over Virgil's next week sometime. So, well, let's take a quick break here, and when we come back, hopefully Larry Wills will join us here at our broadcast location, one of the owners of Sugar Instead, and we'll be back after this.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries are now open. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 Jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm wants to thank all the bidders and buyers that supported the Ohio Selected Jug Sale.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. I'm Frank Froz along with Ashley Daly, Matt Clark, as well as we have now made our way through 5 of our 8 $300,000 Scarlet Championships, and it's been a big, big night for Brett Miller, Virgil Morgan Jr., and Joyce McClellan. Virgil and Brett, 3 championships. Joyce McClellan, a pair. She had the one with Aunt Laura and just now with Sugar Instead. And, it's just just a great night for them.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to say, I'm not sure how many championships Virgil has won in a single night. It's been done before, but that is a huge feat. It is not easy. These are top of the top trainers, top of the top horses, and obviously the top drivers as well. And to go and win as many as they have already, and we're not even finished with the night.
And he's got another one coming up with Brett Miller in the next race, the Scarlet Championship for the 3-year-old filly Pacers with Wasted on You, second choice on the morning line at 4-1. So, another chance for the Virgil Morgan barn to register another win. But Sugar Instead now will, I believe Dick McClellan said, it's on to the Breeders' Crown. So it'll be interesting to see next week in the elimination, and then the finals at the Meadowlands in 2 weeks. So it'll be, she'll be carrying that Ohio flag with her to the Breeders' Crown.
Of course, naturally, we're very high on our Ohio-bred horses, but I mean, honestly, even we talked about Sippin' on Ciroc, not sure where he's going to go. There's so many nice horses that can prove what we've been talking about all along.
All summer long. So, well, this next race up, Per Engblom will have 2 entries in. He will be the only trainer doubling up. He has Katie's Up, which will be on the rail with Aaron Merriman, and his second entry will be Bath Bomb, which will be coming out of the 4-hole.
We can talk a little bit about last year's winner, Daisy's Star. But with that,
we're going to let Ashley step on out, and coming around will be Larry Wills here, and we'll get him in here before we get set to go. We're still a few minutes away from the post parade for the next one, so we'll have Larry hop on in here, and why don't you throw that on? It's a pretty big smile you got on your face right now.
Yeah, you know it is.
Yeah, she's a special horse, isn't she?
She is really special. She's easy to handle. There's just nothing. It's she makes it easy. She makes it easy.
You guys bought her right before the start of last year.
Yes.
And has now gone over the $850,000 mark, which honestly, you didn't think you had that good of a horse the day you bought her, did you?
No. We thought when we bought her, there was a trainer, was Ronnie Gillespie, and he trained her, and he told my partner, Dick McClellan, he said, she's pretty special. And so we saw her qualify up at OSU, or up at the Soda Downs, and I told Dick, said, let's buy her. And I said, okay, let's buy her, We did not think she was like this. I mean, we thought we had a good filly. Nothing like this.
Are you spoiled right now with her?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, she's 12 for 12. I mean, yeah, we're spoiled. And the pressure just keeps getting greater and greater with every race, because eventually she's got to lose.
Do you get nervous watching her?
I get nervous, but I'm not as nervous as my partner.
Oh, no. He was pacing out here earlier tonight. I watched him for a while.
He can't even talk, He's a nervous wreck. We had a buffet up there, and he won the second race with one of his
Aunt
horses.
Laura, yep.
He never ate a bite. He can't even eat. He's a nervous wreck.
What is next for Sugar Instead? Is it Breeders' Crown in 2 weeks?
Breeders' Crown.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Looking forward to that?
We're looking forward to it.
She had a great chance last year, made the uncharacteristic break. Virgil said she had a lot of trot and may have done it last year, so you've got to be excited about this year.
She was in perfect position last year, and we don't know. I think she slipped, but we're not sure. Trainer Virgil pulled the shoes on her. He was looking for that extra little kick, I think she slipped. The driver thinks she slipped. We don't know. It's her first break she's ever made.
Yep. So, well, Larry, thanks for stopping by. Go enjoy the win. Keep an eye on Dick. Make sure he's okay. And hopefully we'll see you in 2 weeks at the Meadowlands.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Larry Wills, co-owner of Sugar Instead, along with Joyce McClellan. And, a great win tonight for them. They are just very, very happy with the win, and just nice people, and so happy for Larry. It was funny. I was talking to Dick last week, ran into him, and we were talking about Sugar Instead, and he made the comment that he said, my partner, he's spoiled. He doesn't know what it's like. He's spoiled with this horse, and and he even admits it. He's spoiled, and just a great, great filly in Sugar Instead. And so now we're going to see the filly, or the colt trot. What do we got coming up next?
We got
the filly trotter or Filly Pacers coming up, and we talk all about Sugar Instead. Hey, how about this one named Seaside Diva? Has won 10 of 14 this year, $611,000 lifetime. She has just continued to impress every time you turn around and see what she can do. She was number one in the point standings. She has won all 5 of the legs.
That's exactly what I was going to say. She is undefeated in the Ohio Sire Stakes. She's the only one this year to do it between 2 and 3-year-olds.
Was she?
She was, because Sugar instead did miss. As we had
You forgot a guy named Rick Wink.
Rick Wink, undefeated.
I
Look
thought,
at that.
I thought we had
All
one
right.
more.
So we had one freshman and one sophomore go undefeated.
Both out of the Burke Barn, and Seaside Diva won it last year as the 2-year-old pacing filly. She won this race last year, and she'll try to do it again.
Did she? I
Yes.
don't think she did. I think it was Daisy Star last year.
Oh, it was Daisy Star. No, you are right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so
she was the 2-year-old filly pacer of the year in Ohio. Yes, you're exactly right. It was Daisy Star that won the Sire Stakes race.
But Daisy Star, we should mention her really quickly. As you had just brought up, she won last year this final as a 2-year-old, coming back quite a bit softer. However, as a 3, it is so hard sometimes to keep a freshman, a very good top freshman, on as a 3-year-old.
And they are heading to the track. Let's send it up for the post parade.
Out to the track for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. Scarlet Championship in the Ohio Sire Stakes. The one is Katie's Up, owned by the Morrison Racing Stables, trained by Per Engblom. Erin Merriman has the lines. She was bred by Andy Byler of Ohio. The 2-year-old champion is the 2 Daisy Star, bred by Johnson Hill Jr. and Brent Tarter of Ohio. So the connections, owner and trainer, David Miller, the Buckeye, will drive. Number 3, I'm a Beach Lady, was bred by Marlon Miller of Ohio. She's a 10-time winner this season, owned by Hagerman Racing, Martin Yoder and Daniel Schrock. Herman Hagerman, the trainer. Dan Noble has the lines. The 4, Bath Bomb, owned by Morrison Racing Stables, trained by Per Engblom. Yannick Gingras drives, bred by Mark Smith of Kentucky. She has been primarily racing on the Grand Circuit at the Red Mile. Next to the track is the 5, Seaside Diva, bred in Pennsylvania by the owners, Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi, in co-ownership with Knox Services and Let It Ride Stables. Ron Burke, the trainer. Chris Page drives, 10 for 14 this season. Seaside Diva was a 4th-place finisher in the Courageous Lady right here at Northfield Park. Number 6, No Fool in April, bred, owned, and trained by Adam Short. And Dexter Dunn has the lines, a winner back on September 7th in a leg of the Sire Stakes at Scioto in 51-2. We've gotten very familiar with the connections of the 7, Wasted on You, bred by the Trent Stoller Stable, Graber and Graber of Indiana. Wasted on You is owned by Odds On Racing and Tim Graber, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller has the lines. 3-year-old daughter of Down by the Seaside. Number 8, Naked on a Hill, bred and owned by Dennis Shaner, trained by Mark Winters. Jeff Nysonger has the lines.
So there is the field. Let's take a look at these 8 filly pacers. The number 1 is Katie's Up. Erin Merriman drives for Per Engblom. This is a lather up out of the Real Artist mare, Real Lady Katie. Morrison Racing Stables of Indiana, Pennsylvania own Katie's Up. 14 starts this year, 2 wins, a second, 5 thirds, earnings of over $66,000. $100,000 was a $15,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. Last time it was in the winner's circle, June 7th over in Philadelphia.
Daisy's Star and David Miller will lead from the second post position. This was last year's 2-year-old filly pace winner. She is trained by Johnson Hill Jr., a 3-year-old filly by Racing Hill, was a homebred and is still currently owned by Brent Tartar of Mason, Ohio. She's had 17 seasonal starts, 1 win, 3 seconds, and 3 third-place finishes. Her last win did come back end of August at Scioto Downs in a non-winners of 4 pari-mutuel and 150 and 3/5.
The number 3 is I'm a Beach Lady. Dan Noble drives for Herman Hagerman. 27 starts, 10 wins, 6 seconds, 2 thirds, earnings over $77,000. Lifetime 14 wins in 40 starts for the Down by the Seaside filly out of Rocket on Out, owned by Hagerman Racing, Martin Yoder, and Daniel Schrock. A $12,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse Sale. A winner 3 back in the fair at Worcester.
Our 4-horse Bath Bomb will be driven by Yannick Gingras. Per Englam does train this filly by Lather Up, owned by Morris Racing Stables out of Indiana, Pennsylvania. 14 seasonal starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 3 third-place finish. She did not start at all as a 2-year-old. This year alone, though, has notched over $107,000 in lifetime earnings. This filly likes to go. She shows plenty of miles in 150 and comes home quite fast as well. Her fastest coming home is 26 flat down there in Lexington.
The number 5 is Seaside Diva. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This Down by the Seaside filly is out of the Real Desire mare, Real Diva. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi Knox Services, and Let It Ride Stables are the owners. Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi are the breeders. 10 wins in 14 starts this year, earnings of $371,800. Lifetime 14 to 25, earnings of over $611,000. Was a winner 3 back. Last time out in the Bluegrass down at Lexington. Started from the 8 hole and never really got rolling, finishing 5th.
No Fool in April will leave from our 6-hole. Dexter Dunn in the bike for breeder, owner, trainer Adam Short of Xenia, Ohio. This filly is by Nob Hill Eye out of a Riverboat King mare, Princess Babyella. Just 2 back, she did win a leg of the Sire Stakes at Scioto Downs on September 7th. Went that mile in 151 and 2. Has been going miles in 151 and a piece lately. 15 starts on the season, has hit the board 9 times. Huge improvement. Just last year as a freshman, had $14,000 on her card. Now, this year, $127,000.
Brett Miller and Virgil Morgan will look for their 4th win each tonight. Wasted on You is the number 7. This is a Down by the Seaside filly out of the Dragon Again mare, Glassine Hanover. Odds On Racing and Tim Graber are the owners. Tim Graber was the breeder along with Trent Stroller Stables. And B. Graber has hit the board in 7 of 11 this year. Earnings over $100,000. Was a winner last time on 8-3 in Scioto in the Ohio State Fair.
Rounding out the field, Jeff Neisonger will be aboard Naked on a Hill for Mark Winners. This is another Nob Hill High filly out of a Manhart mare, Naked by 9. Dennis Shaner of Wapakoneta does own and did breed this filly. She was a winner her last start out at Dayton Raceway, just in the fair stakes, however, 154 flat. A handful of starts back in a sire stake leg, although she was 4th, timed a mile in 151 and 3. She's hit the board 10 of 15 tries this season, over $100,000 on her card as a sophomore, $183,000 lifetime.
We talked about the other winners talked about Seaside Diva winning 5 legs. The other winners were Rose Run Zoe, Naked on a Hill, and No Foolin' April. Naked on a Hill, No Foolin' April are in this race. Rose Run Zoe, who was 6th in points, did not enter. Last raced in July at Northfield. But the horse that beat Seaside Diva in the Ohio Breeders' Championship, Calypso Pearl, along with I'm a Beach Lady, they were tied for 9th in points. and I'm a Beach Lady drew in to this race, Calypso Pearl relegated to the Gray Championship. So the horse that did beat Seaside Diva, who is the favorite in this race, is not here to try to do it twice in a row. The starting gate making its way around to the back stretch. Wasted on You right now looks like 15-1. Was the second choice on the morning line at 4-1, and that's the one that could give Virgil Morgan and Brett Miller a fourth title tonight, but they're going to have to do it by beating Seaside Diva and last year's 2-year-old Philly Pace Sire Stakes winner, Daisy Star. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood.
The field of 8 for the 3-year-old Pacing Filly Scarlet Championship. On gate. Off stride goes the 4, Bath Bomb, as I'm a Beach Lady, Seaside Diva. Down toward the inside is Daisy Star, away quickly as they head for the first turn. Up top, Daisy Star, Katie's up, tries to accelerate from the rail. Dropping down to the cones goes I'm a Beach Lady, and Seaside Diva's on a 3-wide march toward the front for Page. Then it's No Fool in April in front of Wasted on You and Naked on a Hill, and a long way back to Bath Bomb, who made that miscue. So they work across the backstretch. Daisy Star, the 2-year-old champion, on front, but not for long. Here's the big favorite, Seaside Diva, and she clears just after a 27-1 opening quarter mile. So Seaside Diva to the front for Page and in front by 2. Daisy Star pocketed up with Katie's up, racing in third. Traveling better than I'm a Beach Lady, who's an inline fourth. No Fool in April. Dunn has a snug hold of her, occupying the 5th position. The red-hot team of Miller and Virgil Morgan have Wasted on You toward the rear of the field in front of Naked on a Hill, and out the back is Bath Bomb. Lap 1's complete in 55-4. Chris Page just let Seaside Diva roll to the tune of a 28-3 second panel. Seaside Diva leads into the clubhouse turn. Daisy Star enjoying a 2-hole ride. Katie's up, pinned in by No Fool in April, who will try her luck first over. Wasted on You gets a live second over toe. Third over for Naked on a Hill. I'm a Beach Lady pinned in. Across the backstretch, Chris Page taking some confident peeks over his right shoulder with this big favorite Seaside Diva rolling past 3/4 in 124. On their way home, Seaside Diva with the advantage. No Fool in April still a length and a half behind. Daisy Star slightly gaps the pocket off cover. Wasted on You 3 wide. Katie's up is bottled up. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Seaside Diva turns in with a lead by a length and a half. No Fool in April, Wasted on You, Katie's up. They're all trying to get to Seaside Diva, who's still there. No Fool in April is game in defeat behind Seaside Diva. Seaside Diva beats No Fool in April, Wasted on You, and Katie's up 152-2.
152-2, well off the track record, or the stakes record of 150-2 set by Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. So coming home a winner was Chris Page, gets his first win of the night, and Ron Burke picks up his second Sire Stakes championship with Seaside Diva.
Not the easiest trip for her to make it to the front, but when she did not look back. 1-9 favorite, Seaside Diva.
Looks like Chris tried to give a smile on his face there, but really, did not smile, but comes across the line. 11th win in 15 starts now for Seaside Diva, and with the win now has earned over $750,000 in her short career. Finishing second was No Fool in April, Dexter Dunn for trainer Adam Short. Brett Miller and Virgil Morgan Jr. with Wasted on You finished third.
Looks like Daisy Star, I do want to give her some some comments. Didn't look like she did not end up in our top 4, but she really gave it a go. As I had mentioned, she came back quite a bit softer as a sophomore, but still sat in that pocket and went right along with Seaside Diva.
Let's go upstairs to Kenny Livingood.
Returning back here trackside to the winner's circle comes the 5 Seaside Diva. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Let It Ride Stables. It's in homebred for the connections. Trainer Ron Burke with his 3rd training victory. 2 Sire Stakes wins for trainer Ron Burke. Chris Page, the winning driver. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Down by the Seaside of the Real Desire mare of Real Diva. 15th lifetime win, 11th this season. 152-2, making the trophy presentation to the winning connections. Bijan Etta from Empire City Yonkers.
So there is your winner, Seaside Diva. And I think Michael Carter trying to get Chris Page. And Carter Page in the seat of the bike. Chris's son. Big smile, saw him earlier today.
Chris Page just notched his 7,000 win. Was it up here at Northfield last weekend?
Yes, it was. Last weekend, Chris Page, 7,000 career wins. And it looks like they're going to try to interview Chris Page, and so that means Carter will get in the picture probably.
And a very well-behaved Seaside Diva.
Burke Racing Stable.
She's about got to get a shot in the Breeders' Crown, too, wouldn't you think?
I would
as
think.
dominant as she is,
They've got to give her a shot, I would think. Earlier today, it was sipping on Sea Rock, the winner. That one was owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, RAS Racing, and Knox Services. Seaside Diva, owned by Burke Racing Stables, Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Let It Ride.
1.
So Knox Services and Chris Breckler of Mount Vernon pick up their 2nd title of the
Page.
night. Let's go downstairs for the interview with Chris Page.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Joined here with the winning driver, Chris Page. Seaside Diva, just what a ride she's been on, not only at 3, but at 2 as well. Talk a little bit about her progression from the age of 2 to 3.
Yeah, as a 2-year-old, she was probably the best filly. A minor setback out in the field probably caused her to get beat in the final. But as of this year, I mean, she's just been flawless.
She really has made no mistakes. You talked a little bit about being at Delaware, had post-state, was parked every step of the way, put in a big trip to be 2nd there, and then coming into tonight. Parked past the quarter there, kind of got a little stung, but you just let her keep on rolling.
Yeah, you know, we prepped her at Delaware for that trip. I think there was, 2 trailers, 8-hole. She never seen a pylon. So tonight it was a little kinder trip for sure.
Talk to us about the horses you have coming up. The 3-year-old colt trot, Tennessee Tom, looks to remain perfect in the Sire Stake finals. Post 6 to work with here tonight.
Yeah, Tennessee, I mean, he kind of speaks for himself. His resume's pretty superior. I like where we drew. And then we got, just got to have a little racing luck.
Outer Banks, unfortunately, drew post 8, but he is coming off of a nice win at Delaware.
Yeah, that was... looking at the entries when they come out, that one was kind of bittersweet because you always look for horses that are rounded into form, and he's kind of found his best stride this year. So for him to draw the 8, we got our work cut out for us.
You've been in Ohio plenty of years. What's it mean night in, night out, year in, year out, being part of the Burke Brigade, your family here, Carter in the winner's circle?
Yeah, it's really made my career, I'll be honest with you. I'm very loyal to him, and likewise, they put the big numbers up every year. They buy the best horses, and lucky enough, I'm able to drive them.
The 3-year-old filly pace Scarlet Championship is Seaside Diva. Chris, congratulations, and best of luck the rest of the night.
Say something.
So there you had little Carter Page didn't want to talk. Your winner, Seaside Diva, comes home and is our 3-year-old filly pacing championship. Joined now at our table by Hall of Famer. It's always nice when you get a chance to talk to a Hall of Famer, Bob Roberts. Bob, thanks for stopping by.
Nice to see you, Frank.
How you been doing tonight with your picks?
I'm confused. Am I at the Jefferson Fair? Where am I, Frank? Am I in Lorraine?
No, that's the way we are. That's the way we are. But no, Bob helped us out this summer at a number of fairs, and we really appreciate it. But how you picking them this night?
I'm like the old comedian Jackie Gleason. Get out of the car at the track, and they say, "Hey, Jackie, what are you going to do today?" He goes, "I hope I break even. I could use the money."
There you
So
go.
That's where I am right now. Hope I break even. I could use the money.
Now, Bob's a Hall of Fame writer. He's a member of the Harness Racing Hall of Fame, and you have talked in the past. You've covered thoroughbreds. You've covered standardbreds. What's the difference between the two groups?
I find, even though I love betting thoroughbreds more than harness, I find the harness people so energetic and so they get along, they cooperate, and I just love the ma and pa angle on a lot of these stories. It's a totally different world. You know what I mean? They call thoroughbred racing the sport of kings. What would you call harness racing if you had to put some royalty on it?
I don't know. We'd have to come. We're going to come up with something for that. I think we do. So, next up, we've got the 3-year-old colt Trot and the number 2 horse. You've got some friends who have the connections to Spazzano.
That's
you
right.
Gotta get it that way, right? Is that the way you got to say it?
Because we're Italians, that's why. And the leading guy I'm with tonight is Joe Spadaro. I think he owns half of it. And there's other 225% pieces. A guy named Dennis Zoitos is a Greek fellow who owned the track kitchens at the Naira tracks and in the Gulfstream Park in Florida. And the other name you'll know, Tom Durkin, owns 25%. They were supposed to be here, but Dennis had plane issues, and Tom was a little under the weather. So Joe's carrying the banner.
Had a chance to meet Tom a couple of years ago at Sire Stakes too. So great gentleman, did all those great calls.
Right, and he did a bunch of Hambletonians.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
So,
good guy.
Well,
loves the game.
How do you think Spazzano will do? How are you handicapping this one?
Well, I bet Spazzano, and I cashed at the Delaware Fair because he got loose on the lead, and I'm hoping he gets loose on the lead today, and Tennessee Tom has to chase him home. Have you seen much track bias tonight?
We're sitting here, you know.
Yeah, I know.
If you get to the lead, it's a good thing, I
Yeah.
think, so far.
Yeah.
We had like this last race, Seaside Diva. Chris Page was able to get her out to the front, and then she was able to hold on.
Right. Did you work the last fair? You did work.
Yes, we did work the last fair. We had the whole crew out, so that was kind of special to work that last fair.
And I'm
have
sorry
some
I
fun.
watched the last race.
I know.
And it was a no contest.
I know. Just a shame it ended that way. The good thing is no horses were hurt, no
Good.
drivers were hurt. So, but
You
we had a good time.
you have football plans for tomorrow? Are you driving
I'm
to
sleeping.
Buffalo?
No, I'm sleeping tomorrow.
Where's your beloved Bills at?
Monday night.
Oh,
so we
at
get
home?
to go- no, New York.
On the
So
road.
we
You're
get
not
to,
going, huh?
No, we get to that. So
Well, we're on a high here because of the Guardians.
Yes,
today.
we are. Well,
Right.
you can't say it too loud.
Right.
Matt's
Easy, Bob.
Matt's
What's
a
the
Tiger.
problem? What's the
Matt's a
problem?
Tigers fan.
I work for the Mud Hens, man. Basically, everybody we saw this whole offseason were Toledo Mud Hens last year and this year.
Matt, we played the Tigers, not the Mud Hens.
I'm telling you, they're the Detroit Mud Hens.
And I used to love going to Old Tiger Stadium.
Yeah,
and
me too.
I love that
Yep,
ballpark.
That was good. So, hey, we're going to take a break. Come back. Thank you for stopping by.
Stay
Hopefully you
healthy.
cash a
Stay
ticket.
healthy, my
All
friend.
right.
All
We'll
right.
be back right after this.
Okay.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Well, we are getting ready for the 3-year-old colt trotters, and the horse to watch in this one is the number 6. Tennessee Tom will try to repeat as the Sire Stakes champ. He was the 2-year-old trotting colt of the year in Ohio. The Burks will have 2 entries in this race. Their other entry will be number 1, Prince Charmer, and Chris Beaver will have 2. Spazzano, who we talked about with Bob Roberts, and the other one for Chris Beaver will be the number 3, E-Pass. So those will be the horses to keep an eye on in this race. Last year, the winner of the 3-year-old colt trot was Grand Revival. The Sire Stakes record, 153, held by Action Uncle, set back in 2020. So that's a look at, a quick look at this. And, in this one's got some interesting things when it comes to the points. The top 7 are in. The number 5 horse in the points is Zoned. And Zoned is Brett Miller will drive for John Payne. The horse had only $500 of earnings in the Sire Stakes coming into this race. He finished 7th in one leg, finished 8th in another leg, and was entered in the race that did not have enough to have the race, but got 26 points because he had entered. So that gave him enough points to move all the way up to 5th in the standings. The number 8 horse in the points is a horse by the name of Do What's Right. That horse was recently sold and is now racing in New York. And then you had Prince Charmer and Bo Estel, and they were tied for that last spot, and it was Prince Charmer that drew in, ends up getting the rail, and Bo Estel will be in the $100,000 Grade Championship tomorrow night. The horses are coming on the track. Let's go to the post parade.
Trotters for the 10th race are on the track. One is Prince Charmer, owned by Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Bruce Shemmy. Trained by Ron Burke, Yannick Gingras drives. Was bred by the Midland Acres of Ohio. The 2, the Ohio Breeders' Champion. Number 2, Sponzano, was bred in Virginia by Timothy Stutzman. Owned by Chris Beaver and the Spartaners, and Bill Maines, Leo Fleming. Trained by Chris Beaver using Aaron Merriman. Franklin Equine of Ohio bred the 3 E-Pass. Trainer Christopher Beaver co-owns with Joe Sabraco, the VIP Internet Stables, and Michael Carter. Trevor Smith has the lines. Number 4, Zoned. Bred by Yuri Byler of Ohio, is owned and trained by John Payne, teaming up with Brett Miller. The 5 is Hungover, bred by the Bluestone Farms of New Jersey. Also co-owns with Linda Stewart. Trained by Bob Stewart, Dan Noble in the sulky. Up on screens next, the 6 Tennessee Tom, bred by Albert Miller of Ohio. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bruce Shemmy, Hatfield Stables, and Knox Services. Trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page has the lines. This is your 2-year-old trotting champion. Number 7, Royal Precedent, owned by the Claude Gendreau Stables, a homebred for the Claude Gendreau Stables of Illinois. Jody Scalacci, the trainer, Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky. Kevin Greenfield and Florence Wallace of Ohio bred the 8 Smooth Talkin'. Tyler Smith, the driver for trainer Rosie Weaver, in co-ownership with the Heartland Acres and Cabby D LLC.
So there is your field for the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. Let's take a look a little deeper into these horses. The number 1 is Prince Charmer. Ron Burke trained. Janik Zingra will drive. This is a long Tom out of the Tom Ridge Mare Charmer Hall, Burke Racing Stable, and Weaver Buscemi own. 18 starts this year, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third. Lifetime 27 starts, 4 wins, $53,000 in earnings. Was a winner 4 back here at Northfield.
Our 2-horse Bonzano, Aaron Merriman in the bike for Chris Beaver. This was our 9-5 morning line favorite, currently sitting, I think, about 5-2. He just recently won the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware and won 53-2, final quarter 28-1. 11 seasonal starts, 9 board hits, 3 wins, 5 seconds, and 1 third-place finish. $258,000 in the bankroll this year.
The second entry for Chris Beaver is the number 3 E-Pass. Trevor Smith will drive this Uncle Peter gelding out of the Glide Master mare, Lady Glider. Chris Beaver, Joe Sabraco, VIP Internet Stable, and M. Carter are the owners. 15 starts, has hit the board in 6 of those with 3 wins. Lifetime 3 wins and 23 starts, earnings of $113,000.
Brent Miller will drive our 4 zoned. John Payne of Toledo, Ohio, trains and owns this 3-year-old gelding by What the Hill. We've seen him a lot at the county fairs this year. Just last start out at Dayton Raceway for their fair stakes, he had a second-place finish and won 58-4. We'll say he's hit the board 14 of 32 times this season, has improved pretty greatly from last year, $47,000 as a sophomore.
The number 5 is Hungover. Dan Noble drives for Bob Stewart. As Creatine Colt is owned by Bluestone Farms. They are also the breeders. Also, Linda Stewart is co-owner. Hungover is out of the mare Drunkard Dream by Yankee Glide. Has hit the board in 11 of 12 this year, just 2 wins in those 12 starts, but has 6 thirds, lifetime 7 wins in 21 starts. Last time it was a winner, it was back on July 14th at Oak Grove.
Tennessee Tom, Chris Page will drive him out of the 6-hole for Ron Burke. This gelding is by Long Tom, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver, Buscemi, and Hatfield Stables, as well as Knox Services. He has had 10 seasonal starts, 6 wins. His last win did come back at the Ohio Sire Stake leg, the final leg, at Scioto Downs, and won 54-4. Final quarter, 27-2. This gelding has made $292,000 this year, $748,000 lifetime.
The number 7 is Royal Precedent. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Jody Scalacci. 15 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds. This gelding by Creatine is owned by the Claude Gendro Stables of Deerfield, Illinois. Royal Precedent is out of the mare Royal Tabs by Cantab Hall. Last time it found the winner's circle back at May 4th at Miami Valley.
Rounding out the field, Smooth Talkin'. Tyler Smith in the bike for Rosie Weaver. Weaver does co-own this 3-year-old gelding by What the Hill alongside Heartland Acres and Cabby D LLC. This is another one we have seen a lot at the county fairs. Just 3 starts back. Did have a second place finish at Delaware in their fair stakes and won 56-1 final quarter, 28-3. 19 starts on the year for Smooth Talkin'. Has hit the board 16 times.
This year they only raced 4 legs of the 3-year-old colt trot. Royal Precedent won the first leg back on May 4th at Miami Valley. Tennessee Tom was not in that race, was injured at the time, and came back to win the other 3 legs. The leg scheduled here on August 10th did not fill, only had 4 entries, so it did not fill. And so they only raced 4 legs of the 3-year-old colt trot, and that was why you had Zoned earning just $500 in earnings in the Ohio Sire Stakes, but earning enough points because it was entered in that race to move up to 5th. In fact, all of the horses, there were only 15 racing in the colt trot Sire Stakes division this year, and all of them except Do What's Right, which was sold and is now racing up in Batavia, will either be in the finals or the Gray Championships tomorrow.
Now, Frank, we have 3 of our 8 horses that have marks in 153 and a piece.
So they will be going at it today.
Tennessee Tom holds the fastest mark in 153 flat, taken at Scioto Downs. Hung over 153 and 1 at Scioto, and Spezzano 153 and 2 at Delaware.
So the starting gate is rolling, getting ready to collect the field on the back stretch, and then they will be ready to take off in this, the 7th of our 8 championships tonight. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood for the call of the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot Scarlet Championship.
The wings open for the 10th 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters Scarlet Championship. In behind the gate, field of 8 at the head of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and trotting. Royal Precedent out looking for the lead. Hungover flashes good speed down the center, and Sponzano was away in good shape toward the inside. They're 3 across the course early on as Sponzano cuts the corner up into the front. Hungover is second. Royal Precedent on the outside is racing third. Prince Charmer from the rail came out racing in fourth. Traveling better than E-Pass, who got away racing in fifth. There's Tennessee Tom. He only has 2 behind him. They're Smooth Talkin' and Zoned as they drive over to the opening quarter mark behind Sponzano. The opening quarter, 27 and 4, swift seconds for Sponzano. Used his post edge on the favorite Tennessee Tom. He's out front by a length and a quarter. Royal Precedent will not see a pylon tonight, racing in the second spot. Hungover, locked in the box for Danny Noble. Prince Charmer is next. Tennessee Tom begins his overland march on the outside of E-Pass. The 2 at the back remain Smooth Talkin' and Zoned. They bend down by us with just over 1 lap to go, and it's Sponzano who continues to control the pace, but he's been pressured by Royal Precedent through a 56 and 4 half mile. 29 in that split. Tennessee Tom's off stride. The favorite jumped it off in front of us, so huge edge to Sponzano now. Sponzano leads into the payoff half by a length and a half. Royal Precedent with a tough mile, but he's still racing second. Hungover has had the trip. Prince Charmer saving ground. They're followed by E-Pass, Zoned, racing outside of Smooth Talkin', and Tennessee Tom is out of it. Up the backside they go. Sponzano leads the way. Royal Precedent right there second. Down at the inside, Hungover. Prince Charmer has found his way off the pegs, and he's going to come 3 wide for Yannick. They pass 3 quarters in 1:25 and 3, and they're on their way home in the Scarlet Championship. Sponzano's still there. Royal Precedent's put in a huge effort, and he's just 3 parts of a length behind. Fanning 3 wide comes Prince Charmer as they make their way to the top of the stretch. Hungover into the passing lane. Royal Precedent trying to get to Sponzano. Hungover down at the inside. Sponzano's digging in. Hungover on the inside. These 2 in a thriller. That's tight. I can't call it. It's either Hungover or Sponzano. Royal Precedent was a game third. 155 and 3.
What do you think, Ash?
I'm not calling that one.
Hungover got to the line.
Danny Noble, I think.
I think Danny Noble did it. Shot down the passing lane and comes home a winner, nipping Aaron Merriman and Spezzano at the wire.
Listen, what a ride our colt trotters are putting us on tonight. Tennessee Tom makes a break, pulls to the outside, and doesn't stay flat.
What do you think, Susan? You were watching too, but they're showing the number 2.
I don't know. Are they, though?
Spezzano right here.
We'll see if he switches over to Danny here. Yeah. I don't know.
Danny, look at him.
They're trying to see.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to stop it on Dan Noble, so we'll have to see who gets the championship. It's either Hungover or Spezzano. Tennessee Tom made a break coming to the half and was out of it at that point.
Gets up in the shadow of the wire.
Hungover
Sponzano
Spazzano.
second, 7 Royal Preston in third, 1 Prince Charmer fourth, 5-2, 7-1 unofficial.
So there you go. Hungover with Dan Noble. Comes home the winner. Denies Tennessee Tom of back-to-back Sire Stakes championships. For Hungover, the third win of the year, and that'll take his earnings this year up to $340,000. Very quietly, Hungover has had a whale of a year. First win since July 14th at Oak Grove.
Last time Danny has been aboard him was back at Scioto Downs on July 26th even. He's had a handful of different drivers behind his lines.
Took a mark of 153-1 at Scioto earlier this year, and here comes Dan Noble back to the winner's circle.
Back to the winner's circle comes the 5 Hungover, owned by the Bluestone Farms and Linda Stewart, trained by Bob Stewart. Say homebred for the Bluestone Farms of New Jersey. Dan Noble, the winning driver, 8th lifetime win, 3rd this season. Hungover, 155-3. Hungover is a 3-year-old big colt by Creatine out of the Yankee Glide Mare Drunkard's Dream. The results are official, 5-2-7-1.
So Hungover picks up the victory. Third win of the year for the Creatine Colt.
The trophy presentation was made by Jess and Jenna Otten.
So there is your winner. And Michael Carter, I think, is going to do the interview with trainer Bob Stewart.
The
here.
exacta $16.60, trifecta $152.60, pick 5 $51.40, the superfecta $61.96. And after these prices, we're going to send it down to Michael Carter, standing by with some happy connections from the 5 Hungover.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Trainer Bob Stewart in the winner's circle. Bob, I thought you were going to win 2 races ago. We're glad to see you back here in the winner's circle. Talk about Hungover. What an impressive mile from a horse that's really been knocking on the door a lot as of late.
You know, he has. He shows up every time we race him, and he got the job done tonight. So it made up for the earlier race.
And you win the $300,000 final. What does this mean to trainers like you and connections like the owners of Hungover who put in the work all season long to get to this point?
Well, you know, we trained his father, so it's even more special. And we're partners with Mitchell Skolnick, who's one of my best friends. And he bred the horse and was nice enough to let us get in on him. And it's been a good ride.
Now let's talk about the stretch drive there. Sponzano was big on the lead, but Hungover, boy, did he have some heart and the heart of a champion through the stretch. It really dug in late.
He did. I was a little worried about going up the inside because he hasn't done that before, and some horses aren't used to going to the inside. But Danny didn't have a lot of choice, and the stretch was just long enough.
Bob, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Trainer Bob Stewart picks up the win 2 races ago. As Michael alluded to, he had Creatine Queen that made a break, but gets the job done this time with Hungover, who has now won 3 and his earnings of over $340,000 on the year.
Frank, that leads us. We are 7 of 8 completed. Next up, what everybody looks to, the 3-year-old Colt Pacers.
And we will have a dandy of a race here. We'll have Clever Cody, the #1 point getter, who was the winner last year, and also the 2-year-old pacing colt of the year in Ohio, Janelle Granny. Will try to give Virgil Morgan his 4th win on the night. And you'll have, so that looks at a quick look at the field. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we will have our finale from Northfield Park, the final of the Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championships right after this.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. Frank Froz along with Ashley Daly, Matt Clark. Susan Schroeder has come to join our crew over here after working very hard down in that winner's circle. It was a little cold out there, so she had to get in here where it's a little warmer here in the building. But, Susan does so much for us. She takes care of all the trophies. And then, the stars of the show, though, are the horses, and she makes sure the horses get something. The owners are getting trophies. The owners are getting, blankets, and trainers are getting blankets and bottles of wine as part of the trophies.
Grooms are getting jackets.
The grooms all got jackets here tonight when they walked out the horses, so they got that. But the horses, they just get to go back. Susan makes sure they all get carrots.
Yes.
So a very nice touch.
And
to
not
put
just
on
one
them.
carrot.
No, they get a bundle of
whole
carrots.
bunch, and she put in so much effort and actually called, I think, Kroger.
No, it's a place just down the street here.
A local place,
Yep,
okay.
a local place called Peppers, and she had it all
Pre-order.
arranged, and she got the order, and she was all set with that. So, but this is going to wrap it up tonight for us. We want to thank everybody who's joined us here tonight, and what a dandy of a race we've got as our last race on the night. The 3-year-old Colt Pacers will send 8 to the gate, and these horses, it's been Clever Cody has won 4 of the legs. Rose Run Zane has won a couple. Paris's Dragon has won a couple. Outer Banks won 1, and $100 Man won 1 of the legs. And so Dan Noble will look for his second win with Paris's Dragon. Virgil Morgan Jr. will look for his 4th tonight with Janelle Granny.
Frank, Clever Cody, last year's winner, a front runner, to say the least, for our 3-year-old Colt Pacers. In the morning lines, sitting at 10-1, not even in the top 3 choices.
And right now, I'm looking at it, and it looks like he's still at double figures.
7-2.
7-2. I can't see that far.
The other big overlay, Rose Run Zane, 25-1 morning line, is sitting at 7-2 as well. And he was absolutely loaded with pace, it looked like to me, down in Delaware.
I was going to say, coming off of the jug elimination.
He was right there with those horses. So.
Yep. So we will see. Bob, have a good evening, as Bob Roberts is heading home. But, yeah, so, this is going to be a whale of a race. The connections for Rose Run Zane, I got a chance to talk to John Saunders from Colorado. He and Leanne, his wife, are in town for this to watch Rose Run Zane, which was a $40,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale. So they are hoping to maybe find their way down to the winner's circle.
And it looks like our 6th horse, Montrell, will be joining us. That is his first drive of the evening.
Yep, it'll be Montrell's first drive of the evening. Usually drives $100 man. Luke Hanners did drive in the Ohio State Fair Stakes, finished 3rd with $100 man. Right now our favorite is the number 1, Janelle Granny, the local horse. So a lot of local money going on. Janelle Granny sitting there at 2-1. Clever Cody, 4 wins this year, all of them in Ohio. Has raced up at Woodbine, has raced over at Pocono, but has been a winner here in Ohio, and 2 of the 3 second-place finishes in Ohio. It seems that when Clever Cody, who is stabled up in Canada, knows he comes across the border, across the Peace Bridge right there in Buffalo, he knows it's time to get his game face on. He knows he's going to Ohio and has to impress, and that's why I keep an eye on Clever Cody tonight.
You're going to have to jar my memory. It's been a whole month. Did we not talk to Ian Moore at Delaware?
Yeah, we did.
We sure did. And he had a very cool story in his own. I did not know him at all going into it, and how he came about doing what he does. He's a doctor. I should introduce him as Dr. Ian Moore. And his whole background is very unique.
And he's a pilot, so he probably flew down here today as well. Makes the horse take the long trip. He just hops in the plane and takes the easy trip and gets here. So, yeah, we had Dr. Ian Moore as one of our guests at the speaker series, our Trackside Live speaker series at the Delaware County Fair. If you're ever in at the Delaware County Fair on Wednesday and Thursday, we do 2 of those Trackside Live speaker series in front of a studio audience, have guests, and Dr. Ian Moore was one of our guests this past year. It was great to get to know him. So we are getting close to the post parade for our final championship of the night, as we are getting close to wrapping it up, and here come the horses. Let's send it up to Kenny Livingood for the post parade.
The horses have made their way to the track for the final Scarlet Championship of the evening. For 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, $10,000 guaranteed in this late pick 4 pool. Number 1 is Janelle Granny, the Ohio Breeders' Champion. At the Delaware County Fair, owned by Betty Clegg, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Dexter Dunn has the lines, was bred by Larry Miller of Ohio. The 2 is Paris's Dragon, owned by Dennis Owens, also was the breeder. Norman Ray Racing co-owned, Christy Noble trains, and Dan Noble has the lines. This is the State Fair winner at Scioto. 3, Rose Run Zane, bred by the Rose Run Farm of Ohio, is owned by John and Leanne Saunders, trained by Dan Veneer. Austin Hanners gives the cues. 4, Rock the Hill, David Miller driving. Trainer Jessica Rogner co-owns with Paul O'Neill, a 1:51.1 mark in a fair race at the Delaware County Fair, winning by 13 lengths, bred by the GBW Breeding Farms. 2-year-old pacing champion, Clever Cody, bred by Marvin Raber of Ohio, is owned by the Clever Cody Stables, trained by Ian Moore. Aaron Merriman calls the shots. Number 6 is Brenda Teague's $100 Man, a homebred from Delaware, trained by Clyde Francis, Montrell Teague in the sulky. A homebred for Marjorie Paul Hamus is the 7 Racing Rebel, trained by Dan O'Mara, Yannick Gingras in the sulky. And Frank Nana of North Carolina bred the 8 Outer Banks for the Burke Racing Stable, RAS Racing, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, and Weaver Buscemi. Ron Burke, the trainer, Chris Page between the wheels.
Let's take a look at this field a little more in depth. The number 1, Janelle Granny. Dexter Dunn drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. This is a Fear the Dragon colt out of the Some Beach Somewhere mare Beach Granny. Betty Jo Clegg of Northfield is the owner. This was a $10,000 purchase at the Lexington Select Sale. Has earned over $366,000 in its career. 10 wins and 32 starts. Has won was the winner in the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware in 149-4.
Dan Noble will be aboard Paris's Dragon for Christy Noble. This gelding by Fear the Dragon is a homebred for Dennis Owens of Hamilton, Ohio, and it also is co-owned by Norman Ray Racing. He's hit the board 11 of 16 tries this season. Recently was second in the Ohio Breeders' Crown, but before then was on a 3-win streak. His fastest win actually did come back, however, at Scioto Downs at the Ohio State Fair early August in 149-2 final quarter in 28.
The number 3 is Rose Run Zane, the Little Brown Jug elimination participant. Austin Hanners will drive for Dan Veneer. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Racing Hill out of the Arts Place mare Mrs. American Pie. John and Leanne Saunders of Castle Rock, Colorado are the owners. 17 starts, 6 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, earnings of $185,000 this year. Last time it found the winner's circle back in June 1st here at Northfield.
Rock the Hill and David Miller will leave from our 4th post position. Jessica Rogno trains and co-owns this Racing Hill gelding alongside Paul O'Neill of New York. He's had 6 wins, 3 seconds, and 1 third-place finish in 14 seasonal starts. And I will say, last win came back at Delaware just in its fair stakes, but 151-1. Lifetime has made $99,000.
The number 5 is Clever Cody, the number 1 point getter in the standings. Aaron Merriman will drive for Dr. Ian Moore. This colt is by the Ponderosa out of the Real Artist mare Cams Van Gogh. Clever Cody's stables own Clever Cody. 15 starts this year, 4 wins, all here in Ohio, 3 seconds. Lifetime earnings of $562,000. The reigning 2-year-old colt trotter of the or colt pacer of the year in Ohio.
The $600 Man driven by Montrell Teague for Clyde Francis. Brenda Teague of Delaware did breed and still owns this gelding by Lather Up. 5 wins and 14 seasonal starts. Recently had a win at Harris. 2 back, however, should mention, was 3rd in the Ohio Breeders' Crown at Delaware. 150 flat final quarter, 27-2. Lifetime, this gelding has made $219,000.
The number 7 is Racing Rebel. Yannick Gingras drives for Dan O'Mara. This is a Racing Hill out of the Field and Frisky mare Awakening. Marjorie Paul Hamus is the owner and breeder. 16 starts, has hit the board in 12 of those with 4 wins, 3 seconds, 5 thirds. Earnings this year over $108,000. Lifetime 7 wins and 27 starts. $220,000 in earnings. Was a winner last time out over in Dayton.
Rounding out the field, Outer Banks and Chris Page. Ron Burke trains. Burke Racing, RAS Racing, G&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, as well as Weaver Buscemi do own this gelding down by the Seaside. Was a winner last start out in the OBC at Delaware, 152-1. It's quite some time back, though, in July does show a 150 and 1/5 finish at the Audios at the Meadows.
So there is your field, the Sire Stakes record, 149 and 3, set back in 2018 by Lather Up. Last year's winner was Wicked Character.
Currently, our favorite is the 6-5-1, Janelle Granny. But, Frank, I really think that this race can go many different ways. Paris's Dragon should not be overlooked. Rose Run, Zane, Clever Cody sitting at 11-1.
No,
Oh,
7
excuse
to 2.
me. I was looking at $100 man.
11-1. I was reaching into my pocket to get some money for Matt to make the run.
Sorry for the alarm.
To the window. Oh, right now, though, your favorite is Janelle Granny at 6-5. I'll just change to even money. But Virgil Morgan will look for his 4th training championship tonight. If Dexter Dunn can get Janelle Granny across the line, he did it earlier with the 2-year-old filly pace winner, Odds On Hialeah. So far, Brett Miller has 3 championships. Dexter Dunn, Yannick Gingras, Chris Page, and Dan Noble, each with 1. On the training side, Virgil Morgan with 3 wins, Ron Burke with 2, Darren Harvey with 1, and Bob Stewart with a win.
What a night it has been, Frank.
And it's still not over yet. One
It
more
is
race,
not.
and we're going to be back here to do it again next week. We will have the Ohio Fair Championships as we wrap up the fair races. The fair races, they will go for $50,000 next Saturday night. So looking forward to that. The starting gate has made the move onto the back stretch. The wings are opening, and let's send it to Kenny Livingood.
The final Scarlet Championship heads behind the gate. And if you like the action tonight, don't miss us. Tomorrow we have 8 gray championships for $100,000 as the horses are heading behind the gate. Please note the recall lights have been placed on here.
So we do have a recall. So right now the field will regather. Not sure who they will charge the recall against.
Oh, we have extra couple of minutes here. This is the 11th race. $10,000 guaranteed in this pick 4. Still a minute or 2 left to wager.
So we'll have
the
to
final Scarlet Championship for
wait to see.
$300,000. What
Take
a night
the
it's already been, and this race looks like
starting card all the way around, and then they will try to do it again here.
packed 2 minutes here at the home of the Flying Turns.
We will have the final championship, the Scarlet. They are going to race the $100,000 Gray Championships tomorrow night here at MGM Northfield Park.
If there's ever going to be a recall, I'm glad that I like when they do it early like that, or can do it early like that, because I mean I think this is going to be a cavalry charge.
Oh,
this gate, and they're all geared up and ready to go. A 26-second opening quarter, and then the lights go on. It's not good for the drivers or the horse. Or, the drivers obviously have a handful to try and get them back down.
Janelle Granny is going to try to go to the lead. Paris Dragon, Dan Noble is going to want to get to the front. And then you take a look at horses like Racing Rebel and Outer Banks from the outside. Both have good gate speed. They're going to want to get to the front as well.
And with this much money on the line, especially drawing that, even 6, 7, 8, you're going to put your horse in the race. You at least need a shot of the money.
So getting ready for the second attempt at the start of our final championship. So here we go. Let's send it back upstairs again.
It is opened once again. 11th race Pacers in behind the gate for $300,000. Scarlet Championship. Here they come. They are off and pacing. Paris's Dragon hustled right out of there. Janelle Granny trying to defend the rail as Rose Runzane drops in behind that duo into the first turn. Then Rock the Hill. Rose Runzane just made a miscue. Rose Runzane was off stride. Meanwhile, Paris's Dragon and Janelle Granny sprint onto the backstretch. They are 5 better than Rock the Hill, who's third. Clever Cody got away fourth. $100 Man came out racing fifth. Racing Rebel is sixth. Outer Banks is seventh. And Rose Runzane, the breaker, is back pacing after a wicked 26-1 opening quarter. Paris's Dragon was intent on making the lead, and here's Clever Cody out and moving from fourth. Merriman's got him on the go. First up as Janelle Granny is in a loose pocket spot. Rock the Hill stays down in a 3-hole. $100 Man is flanking him. Racing Rebel will be third up. Then it's Outer Banks and Rose Runzane after the miscue. The trailer. Paris's Dragon had to work for the lead, and he's not going to catch much of a breather as Clever Cody is breathing down his neck at the halfway point in a demanding 54-4. A 28-3 second panel into the payoff half of the Scarlet Championship. Paris's Dragon leads the way by a length and a quarter. Clever Cody to his wheel. Janelle Granny locked in on the outside. $100 Man gets a second over toe, and he's 3 behind for Teague. Rock the Hill pinned in and shuffled inside of Racing Rebel. Fanning 3 wide from the back went Rose Runzane with Outer Banks. Up top, new leader. His name is Clever Cody, the 2-year-old champion. 122-1. They are absolutely flying. $100 Man just flipped off cover, and they're 3 across the course with less than a quarter of a mile to go. Paris's Dragon trying to fight right back at the rail. Clever Cody in the 2-path. $100 Man 3 wide. How Janelle Granny get off the rail? He's 4 wide. Rock the Hill saves ground. Many have hopes with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Clever Cody and Paris's Dragon continue to spar. Rock the Hill trying to get through, but Clever Cody, the champ, does it again. Clever Cody beats Paris's Dragon, then either Rock the Hill or Janelle Granny in 1:52.
There is something about Ohio that Clever Cody just loves.
I wish he could have made it into the jug eliminations, honestly. I was really hoping he would have been in the jug. Because what a monster trip that was he just went.
Clever Cody gets it done, repeats as the Scarlet Champion, this time as a 3-year-old, and Aaron Merriman picks up his first win of the night for trainer Dr. Ian Moore.
Not an easy trip, though. Paris's Dragon did not give up.
26-1, 54-4, 122
Amazing.
and 1. And they came home in 152 flat.
It looked like Janelle Granny might have got across third, might have been fourth. It looked pretty tight.
I think he said fourth for Janelle Granny.
Had a ton of pace coming home, though.
Yep, but Aaron Merriman gets it done first.
Yeah, we do.
Second went to Paris's Dragon. Third to Rock the Hill. And fourth to Janelle Granny.
Such a nice looking horse. Clever Cody is just gorgeous.
Aaron Merriman picks up his first win for Clever Cody, 5th win of the year. This will raise his lifetime earnings to over $670,000. Clever Cody by the Ponderosa.
Returning back here
Cam's
to the winner's
Van Gogh.
circle is the 5, Clever Cody. The 2-year-old champion does it again at 3. Bred by Marvin Raber of Ohio. He's owned by the Clever Cody Stables. Trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Aaron Merriman, Northfield Park's leading driver, with the victory aboard Clever Cody. 3-year-old Black Colt by the Ponderosa out of the Real Artist mare Cam's Van Gogh. 11th lifetime win, 5th this season. Clever Cody, 152.
Clever Cody, the 3-year-old Her 2-year-old pacer of the year in Ohio. Won the Sire Stakes last year, comes back. Had his hands full tonight, but able to come home with the win.
Trophy presentation made to the winners by Scott Mogan, OHHA president. Making that trophy presentation to Clever Cody. A big-time effort to wrap up our Scarlet Championships here tonight from MGM Northfield Park.
So there are your winners. Michael Carter planning to do an interview. Looks like he's going to interview Aaron Merriman, as Aaron has handed the helmet off to one of the...
Daryl Rideout.
Is that who it is?
Is that who it is?
Aaron making sure the hair looks good before he gets on camera.
$25.20, trifecta $197.20, pick 3 555 $32.50, pick 4 $37.30, and the superfecta $67.06. Now let's send it to the winner's circle with an ecstatic Aaron Merriman standing by with Jess Otten.
Thanks, Kenny, standing by with winning driver Aaron Merriman in the Glamour Void division. Clever Cody goes back-to-back years in the championship here. Just talk about this colt from the age of 2 to 3 and the progression he's had.
He's had a lot of progression. He's got a little bit of immaturity problems, behind the gate. He's been a gentleman to me for the most part, but we got a little bit of a bad spot in the middle of the year there for about a month. I think I really drove him bad, over-raced him a couple starts. This horse, for being a colt, really bounced back well, especially with, like I said, I think part of it was my mistake.
I have to agree with you there. Maybe just a few off starts, but I said here when we were going over the race, I feel like you're the perfect fit for this guy. He just seems to respect you out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, he does. Like I said, he kind of makes you feel good about yourself. With a couple other guys drive him, Hall of Famers, and they don't get along with him. But the horse, like I said, he's been very, very good for me. Today, he released Gritty. I was very, very impressed. He lost a shoe in the first turn. He had a lot of things, that might not have been great for him. And I moved him at the quarter, and he just raced well.
There was lots going on in the quarter. I mean, they were blazing to the front. You had a horse going off stride there. You lose a shoe. Just walk me through the race.
Yeah, I knew there was going to be a lot of speed, and I took it upon myself here a few starts back to really teach his horse how to race off a helmet. He's so great on the front. He relaxes so well. But there's other guys that want to race in the front. And like I said, one of the races this year, I really think that I committed, and it was my fault. And, hats off to Danny's horse, too. He raced unbelievable for 25 seconds, second quarter. But like I said, I'm just really happy the way the horse raced and happy for the connections.
And what about Doc? He's always got these things ready to go.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He gave me a very short text. He says, it's been a great summer. You know what I mean? So there's no pressure, and him and I, like I said, had a talk, whatever. He was never upset. I was more upset with myself a couple times. But, you just got to do the best you can, all you can do.
Nice job.
Thank you very much.
Clever Cody takes the championship for those 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Up to you, Kenny.
Well, so there you go. You find out he throws a shoe
Wow.
as well in the race, and with fractions like that, it was just a crazy race, but a great job by Clever Cody, who comes into Ohio and wins again.
A monster.
And Aaron talked about it. The two of them get along so well that sometimes it's just the hands of the driver that make the horse comfortable, and you can tell with Clever Cody that's what it is with Aaron Merriman.
These horses have just as much personality as the driver themselves, and some things mesh, even when it comes to changing trainers as well.
Well, our night is completed from MGM Northfield Park. 8 $300,000 championships are in the books. The 2-year-old filly trot winner, Aunt Laura, Brett Miller drove, Virgil Morgan Jr. The trainer, the 2-year-old filly pace title went to Odds-On Hialeah, Dexter Dunn, for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. The 2-year-old colt trot, it was LT Loverboy. Brett Miller picked up his second championship. For first-time Sire Stakes winner Darren Harvey. The fourth championship was the 2-year-old colt pace that went to Sippin' on Sea Rock, Yannick Gingras, the winner for Ron Burke. The 3-year-old filly trot went to Sugar Instead, Brett Miller driving for Virgil Morgan Jr., who picked up his third, as did Brett Miller. The 3-year-old filly pace to Seaside Diva. Chris Page and Ron Burke team for that win. The 3-year-old colt trot to Hungover. Dan Noble for trainer Bob Stewart. And in the final race, the 3-year-old colt pace, it was Clever Cody with Aaron Merriman winning for Dr. Ian Moore. And just a great way to wrap up a great night of racing.
Absolutely.
Ashley.
And the only thing I want to say to finish us out is congratulations to our owners, drivers, trainers, caretakers, any connections for even having a horse race with us this evening.
Yes. So we want to thank the folks here at MGM Northfield Park. We will be back here again next week. We hope you'll join us for the Ohio Fair Championships. It'll be a great night of racing as we will have 8 championships going for $50,000 each. So once again, congratulations to all our winners of the Scarlet Championships tonight. Tomorrow night they will have the Grade Championships here from MGM Northfield Park. So for Susan Schroeder, Matt Clark, Ashley Daly, I'm Frank Frost saying so long from MGM Northfield Park. Have yourself a great rest of your Saturday night. Goodbye, everybody. This has been Super Night, the Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championships. The Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championships have been presented by the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center and sponsored by Dublin Valley Farms and the North American Standardbred Sale. Super Night is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.